of our Planning Commission. Wendy Birmingham's a longtime resident of Auburn, and we're glad to have her join us. And she'll be here tonight and for the next 6 years. All right, we're looking forward to it. So I'll go next by asking Amber to have a roll call, please.
Wendy Birmingham.
Here.
Robin Bridges.
Here.
Phil Chancellor.
Here.
Jana Jaeger. I don't see Jana. Mac Lazenby.
Here.
Marcus Marshall.
Here.
Warren McCord.
Here.
Nanette Reese.
Here.
Bob Reitenbaugh.
Here.
Okay, since we have quite a large number of people in attendance tonight, I'm going to go ahead and go over some of the rules and how we do business here at the Planning Commission for those that might not know about it. The commission will be presented with agenda items by the city planning department during the course of this public meeting. The representative for the agenda item will have an opportunity to make comments or answer some specific questions from the commission after that presentation. Then I will open a public hearing if it is appropriate, and that'll be the opportunity for you to address the commission about an issue. We want everyone to be heard, and we ask that you keep your time to talk to 5 minutes. And please keep your comments relevant to the case at hand. After everyone has spoken, I will close the public hearing, and the representative and staff will have an opportunity to answer any questions or respond to issues that were brought up during the hearing. After answering the questions, then I'll open the floor to the commissioners for discussion, motions, and a vote. The commission will vote based on state and local laws, the city's comprehensive plan 2030, and the general good of the community. I also would like to give you a little more information on subdivisions and subdivision plats, because we have a few of those. I'd like to summarize our role and responsibility related to the approval of subdivision plats. By Alabama statute, a municipal planning commission such as ours is the final approval authority for subdivision plats. With regard to subdivision plats, the commission acts as an administrative body and is bound by the limitations contained in state laws, the city zoning ordinance, the subdivision regulations that we've previously adopted here at the Planning Commission. While public hearings are required for each preliminary plat, we welcome any and all public comments concerning these items. Please understand that this commission's authority is strictly limited to confirming that the plat meets or exceeds the specific requirements codified in laws and regulations that were previously described. And then kind of for the Zoom angle of this thing, the way I'm going to proceed with that is I'd ask everybody to keep all the panelists, if you can keep your microphones muted, and then when you have something to say, just unmute and come off the microphone, and if I need to recognize you or something along those lines. Now for the attendees, when we get to the public hearing, the way we'll have to work that is if you want to speak during a public hearing, you have a option in your Zoom meeting there that you can raise your hand. And once you raise your hand, I can recognize you by turning on your microphone, and that's when you'll be able to speak. Okay, so before we act on the consent agenda and the new business agendas in their entirety, I need to dispense with some administrative business related to applicant requested postponements. So there's 6 items on this, 6 items out of the 28 total that we have are going to be postponed to our next Planning Commission in September. So the first thing I'll have to do is I'm going to make a motion from the chair to remove item number 1 from the consent agenda. This is the Gibson property annexation, PL 2020-00155. Can I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, Amber, can you give us a roll call vote?
All right, we're gonna go last name only. Birmingham. Wendy,
Yay.
There you go.
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh.
Yes.
Okay, so at this time this is a time for citizens communication. Now this is specifically for two specific purposes here. First of all, if you want to speak during this time on anything that is not on the agenda at all, you can do so. Additionally, if you want to speak about anything that is in the consent agenda, this is the time to do that as well. So I'll go to the attendees list, and if anybody would like to speak at this time under those conditions, please raise your hand. All right, seeing none, I'll move on to the consent agenda. So now we're going to deal with the remaining items in the consent agenda. The consent agenda is comprised of the meeting minutes of July 6th planning packet meeting, the meeting minutes of the regular planning commission meeting on July 9th, and 8 other items. Item 2 is the silos at Conway annexation, PL 2020-386. Item number 3 is Auburn Links Crossing, final phase 2 final plat approval, PL 2020-396. Item number 4, Donahue Ridge phase 6 final plat approval, PL 2020-405. Item number 5, Northwoods Weber Farm South section final plat, 2020-406. Item number 6 is Camden West phase 1 final plat approval, item 2019-409. Item number 7 is the Auburn Links Crossing phase 1 bond phase extension waiver, PL 2020-395. Item number 8 is the Preserve subdivision phase 5A bond phase extension waiver, PL 2020-423. And item number 9, which is Ashton Lakes phase 3 bond phase waiver extension, PL 2020-424. Is there any comments from the staff first? All right, seeing none, looking for a motion.
I'd move to approve the consent agenda, including the minutes to the packet meeting of July 6th and the regular meeting of July 9th.
I would
Second.
second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Amber?
Birmingham,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh.
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move on to new business. And as I mentioned earlier, there are a few postponements, and so I want to dispense with those right away. We have the following 5 agenda items that we want to postpone until a date certain of September the 10th, 2020, which is our next meeting. So these items are item number 1, which was removed from the consent agenda, which is the Gibson property annexation, PL 155. Item number 10, which is the Gibson property rezoning, which is PL 2020-156. A second Gibson property rezoning, which is PL 2020-157. Item number 12 is Gibson property, which is 2020-158. And finally, item number 13, Gibson property conditional uses, which is 2020-221. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Move to approve. Second.
Okay, I have a
Second.
motion.
Don't you want to add number 17 also, please?
Oh, okay. Yes, I was going to do that next, but I should have just added it to this list. Sorry about that. Well, let's,
Well, go ahead. We can vote on that.
yeah, we'll have to think about the procedure. Okay, so I have a motion and a second on those 5 items related to the Gibson properties. And any further discussion? Seeing none. Amber?
Birmingham,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes?
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
yes,
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Finally, there's been a final request for postponement to our next meeting on December 10th. And this is item 17, Fernwood RZ, the Conservation Overlay District, PL 2020-300. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussions on this? Seeing none. Amber?
Birmingham,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes?
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
yes, yes,
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so let's get on with the rest of the new business, and we will begin with item number 14, which is the TD development rezoning. It's PL 2020-207. Mr. Kipp.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is a request by TD Development LLC and their authorized representative, Brett Baskin of Foresight Group. It's a request to rezone a little over 4 acres from rural to limited development district. The property is located a little east of the Moore's Mill and Ogletree Road and Hamilton Road intersection. This is one of 3 requests associated with this property. The property is currently rural, but is also in the Conservation Overlay District. And staff recommends approval of the rezoning to LDD. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, is Mr. Basquin, if you have anything, Mr. Basquin, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll assume that you'll be here to answer questions. Okay. We're going to move right along. All right, well, this requires a public hearing. So at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for the TD development rezoning. And like I said, I will look into the attendees listing, and I'm looking for hands. So I'll just wait for a couple minutes to see. I see a couple popping up already. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Gregory Forthofer. Let me turn on your microphone. Okay, now what you need to do is unmute your microphone, and then you can speak.
Thank you. I just have 2 quick questions. for staff. Is the TD development property currently in a neighborhood shopping center district?
Okay, what's the other question?
And the other question is, according to the permitted use table, it looks like office use is not allowable in the LDD zoning district unless it is included in a neighborhood shopping center.
Okay, we can clear that up.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah, okay, so the answer to the first question is, if I think I understand the question correctly, is that no, the subject property that is requesting rezoning is not part of the current neighborhood shopping center.
Okay.
The second question is, office uses are not permitted in LDD. However, office uses are a conditional use in a planned development district, which is the second application being sought this evening. If that planned district, if that PDD zoning overlay request were to be recommended for approval, then the conditional use request would follow. And it would be eligible for conditional use approval under the guise of being a planned development district.
Okay, thank you.
okay, thanks. All right, Mr. Greenhall. Go ahead and unmute your microphone. You can speak.
Okay, how's that?
That sounds good. We can hear you.
All right, great. I'm Bob Greenhall, a homeowner in Bent Brook subdivision, which is off Moores Mill Road across the street from the requested zoning change. And I've got a statement I'd like to read if it's okay. It's brief.
Okay.
I've had numerous discussions with Logan Kipp, who has helped me understand the ramifications of the LDD and PDD zoning regulations in an effort to fully realize how approval of these two requests, which are being made this afternoon, would impact our neighborhood. As background, Betty and I built our house in 2010.
Sir, can I break in real quick?
Sure.
Right now, we're just considering the zoning of this as opposed to the conditional uses. And what I would rather have you speak to if you're speaking about the conditional uses, I'd rather you speak during that public hearing. Right now, we're just looking at rezoning it from rural.
I see. You're going to the LDD first, and then you'll proceed to the PDD.
Right.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
And you want to speak about the PDD, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to wait to that hearing?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Walker Jackson, go ahead and unmute and have a say.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can now.
Okay, I may be in the same category as Bob Greenhall in that I guess my few comments would come when we're discussing the conditional use.
Okay, yeah, if you're talking about the office use or, the PDD, that's better said at the next hearing. Right now, we're just looking at the rezoning.
Okay.
Okay, I'll look for you then.
Thank you.
Okay, bear with me. I'm making a couple of changes here. Okay. Okay, so that means there's, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing now and have a either discussion or a motion from the commission.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
I want to address just the rezoning, but I have difficulty doing that with the next two items on the agenda that staff has recommended to be denied and their public hearings that we're yet to hear. And I want to follow the staff's recommendation of approval of the zoning, but I'm going to hold my favorable vote for that until later at some time in the future based on the next two upcoming agenda items.
Okay, I would like to ask a couple of questions. So they requested rural to LDD, the applicant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And LDD allows residential by right, correct?
Certain residential, yes.
Okay, but office is not one of those, even as conditional uses.
That is correct.
In LDD.
In LDD.
Is any commercial conditional in LDD?
In the context of a shopping center?
There is a, bear with me. So the neighborhood shopping center classification requires conditional use approval. It also has special development standards, but a neighborhood shopping center can be permitted in LDD without a PDD.
Okay, still making office use conditional though, correct?
Office
And it-
use is not allowed
Okay,
in LDD.
okay. But is there any commercial uses allowed in LDD?
In the context of a neighborhood shopping center, yes.
Okay. I also do not have issue with the rezoning. I just wanted to know what would be permitted in general if rezoned.
Right, so neighborhood shopping centers, multi-tenants, there are certain specific uses that can be permitted within a neighborhood shopping center, but the neighborhood shopping center itself is also a conditional use in LDD.
Chris, does a neighborhood shopping center have to be anchored on a corner typically, or is?
It does.
Can it be two separate?
It has a number of special
Would this
development
particular
standards.
parcel standing on its own be eligible to be a neighborhood shopping center?
It would not on its own.
I thought it had to be, anchored
Okay, good questions.
or included in the
Marcus.
existing one.
Marcus, did you have something?
Yes, sir. The two quick, I think, Forrest, you answered one of the citizens' questions, and I think I caught it. You're saying because they want to go from rural to LDD, and in general, office space is not allowed, but the twist here is that if it's in a PDD, then it can be allowed, right? Is that correct?
With conditional use approval, yes, sir.
Got you.
And that's, we're going to hit that next in one of the next couple of items.
Okay, and then also kind of going off of what Nanette asked, so I got the conditional use. Can you tell us real quick what an LDD is allowed by right?
Sure.
I think it's 5 units per acre.
Boy, this was a good night for me to bring my ordinance. So single family detached permitted by right. A private park permitted by right. An accessory dwelling unit can be permitted by right. There are some uses that can be permitted by right in the context of a neighborhood shopping center, just as there are some uses that require conditional use approval in the context of a neighborhood shopping center. And that is it.
Okay, sorry, but such as, is that in there? About what?
Oh, like what uses would be conditional in the context of a neighborhood shopping center versus those that would be permitted by right?
Exactly, yeah. Or
Sure.
you just, presented by right especially is what I'm concerned about.
Yeah. Here's some examples of uses that could be permitted by right in a neighborhood shopping center. Barber shop, beauty shop, bookstore, clothing store, dry cleaner, florist, health and personal care stores, grocery stores, office supply stores, pet supply store, professional studios, restaurant, specialty food stores, and that's about all of the specific uses that could be permitted by right in the context of a neighborhood shopping center approval.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Forrest, I'd like to follow up one further question on that same line of reasoning. If we approve this as LDD, does that automatically, because it abuts the neighborhood shopping center, bring this property into the neighborhood shopping center?
No, that would require the PDD amendment to be approved.
Thank you.
Forrest, do you feel like the rezoning to LDD is consistent with our future land use plan?
That is the primary basis for our recommendation of approval.
But for this particular item, that's really all we're addressing necessarily. I mean, I know we have implications of the other items.
Yes, ma'am. If you're looking at what I would just call kind of a blanket rezone, it's something that's not accompanied by a PDD, you're really looking to see fundamentally, you're looking at the pure zoning designation itself, and is it or is it not consistent with the future land use plan designation, which it is.
Okay. And should something not be developed on this piece of land, if we do rezone it to LDD, is there a circumstance where it would revert back to its current rural status?
No, ma'am, it would only revert back to its rural status if it were to be approved accompanied by a PDD. If the PDD did not commence development within 2 years, the PDD would revert and the LDD would revert back to rural.
Okay. So if we approve this, okay, thank you.
So
So sorry, jump off of what you just said, because that's interesting. So you're saying essentially, if we ended up approving this one and then denying the PDD, then the zoning changes forever, essentially.
Assuming the council approves it.
Right, of course. Thank you.
Let me ask another question too related to that. So what's the land? I haven't looked at it. Right, it's not right in front of me. What's the land use plan say for the property further up Moore's Mill on the same side of the road?
Conservation subdivision cluster residential is the future land use for most or all property in the conservation overlay district.
Okay, so primarily residential.
Yeah, low density residential.
Yes.
Low density. Okay.
And that development's limited by the fact it's in the watershed, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is one major factor for the conservation overlay district, and that particular future land use designation is for low impact development.
Okay.
But that all is still true for this 4.2 acres as its future, right? That was what was proposed by staff and our, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
I'm sorry, Nanette, you broke up to me anyway. Can you rephrase it? Say that again.
Well, this 4.2 acres was also planned to be conservation overlay with a small to medium density housing.
Exactly right.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve PL 2020-00207 as presented.
I'll second that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Amber, can we have a roll call vote?
Birmingham,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
No.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Let's move on to item number 15. This is the Hamilton Place PDD amendment, PL 2020-208. So this is what brings the property into combination with this shopping center on the corner. And so that's what this particular item is about. Mr. Kipp.
Yes, sir. This is the second of the 3 requests, and as you mentioned, to combine the 4.21 acres with the existing Hamilton Place Shopping Center, neighborhood shopping center. There's essentially 2 components to the amending the master development plan, and that is to add 25,000 square feet of retail to the Publix or Hampton Place Shopping Center, and 33,000 square feet of office use for the property just rezoned. A little bit of just quick history. The Hamilton Place Shopping Center was approved in 2008, and this proposal, as we were talking about, it's in the conservation overlay district, where office use would not be an appropriate use in that future land use district. Staff is not recommending approval, or is recommending denial on this amendment. We did receive several correspondences with residents from the Bentbrook subdivision in opposition to this amendment. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, this is the time for, we have a public hearing for this item, as I mentioned before. And so I'm going to go over to the attendees, and I've got, let me recognize, before I open the public hearing, let me recognize one of the representatives, Brett Basquin. So go ahead, Brett. All you got to do is unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep. You're good.
Forrest, can we share the slide I sent you for this? You have that ability to share that?
Yeah, Logan's doing it for you.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Got it?
Yep, I can see it now.
Okay.
All right, so this is a kind of a mock-up of the current future land use plan. You can see the site that's being proposed here is the 4-acre site in blue. And then you can see the green color is that conservation cluster residential future land use that that they've been talking about. Couple things to know within that cluster, conservation cluster residential. The recommendation is a 5-acre minimum lot size, which we don't meet, but also the max is only 2 units per acre. We originally were trying to do performance residential here and do some townhomes as a step down use, but performance residential is not a contemplated allowed use within the watershed. And so your density in this location is low density at only 2 units per acre. The church that was recently approved up to the north is in the same future land use category as our site. That site was same conservation cluster residential. And so that was kind of the antithesis of kind of this site coming online and kind of squaring up that future land use. We feel that the back of the Publix loading dock is not really a good use for low density residential to be backing up against. Our thought is office is a good step down use between a neighborhood commercial center and loading dock before you kind of transition into single family residential. Also, there is a stream, there's a cow pond up at the top of the ACC that I have outlined in blue there. And then you kind of have a stream that discharges there that's a wood line that delineates that stream there, that we felt like is probably a natural buffer as well to help separate kind of commercial, stepping down to office and then stepping down into low density residential. Just to answer, I know you guys were answering some questions. I mean, I think it's the way for me to understand this is when we rezoned the LDD, by right, our only allowable uses is single family residential and a park. That's the only allowable uses. As rural, we have a lot more permitted by right uses. As rural, we have agricultural, forestry, golf course, park, cemetery, church, veterinary's office, cell tower, utility station, retail, wholesale. So, I mean, there's a lot more uses in the rural zoning than you have in the LDD zoning. Another point is that, you know, part of when this Publix was developed, this parcel gave up its access. If some of you had lived in Bentbrook at that time, there was a driveway that aligned with Bentbrook that provided access to this single family residential house. There was an agreement at that time due to driveway spacing that this parcel gave up its access to the street in order for Publix to get this rear drive-in. And so as part of that, there are restrictions on this parcel that are private restrictions that only allow the use. And at the end of the day, if this thing does get approved as PDD with the conditional use of office, the only use that can be allowed on that property is office, because that's the only use that we're going for on this parcel. And so I just wanted to make sure that that is clear as well. If you go down, can you go to the next slide? All right, so when in discussions with Publix on this, while we were going for this, you know, Publix wanted to make sure that if we were going in for a PDD amendment, that we would go ahead and allow them to get more square footage potentially in the future. The only potential expansion side is on the drive-through side, is the only place on this site, unless you went vertical, to put any more square footage on retail. So, you know, the only commercial uses that are being applied for as part of this is just the ability for Publix to expand to the north a little bit, and then for office only use on this parcel. We have reached out and worked with the neighborhood. I guess depends on how you characterize it. We've reached out through the HOA and have met with a couple of these folks before, whether it was on site there, offering to meet at our offices or whatnot. So we have tried to engage the neighborhood. In those conversations, from our original submittal, we have reduced the overall square footage of our request from 40,000 square feet down to 33,000 square feet. We've reduced our overall parking count, which we have a minimum we have to provide that's greater than the city's requirement for Publix. And we also street fronted those 4 buildings along Moore's Mill to help screen the office use from Bentbrook. In addition to that, we've provided the rear elevation of those buildings will really look like a front elevation. If you go to the next slide, Logan, that's the rear elevation that we anticipate being visible from Moore's Mill from that side. So it's not like we're turning the rear end of these buildings and facing them towards the neighborhood. We've kind of come up with an architectural scheme that's more residential look in nature, but as well as is attractive and viewable, and not really the rear elevation. It's more of this building will have two fronts for those 4 units that front on Moore's Mill Road. We have performed a traffic study. The traffic study was sent to the city on Monday, August 10th. Brief summary of the traffic study is, relatively speaking, there's really no adverse impacts for the additional trips generated for an office use. When we're looking at turning movements into this driveway, this shared driveway with this development, we're looking at 34 left turn movements, the left turn into the driveway from Moore's Mill into the site, 34 left turns in the morning and 7 left turns out into the site in the PM. And then in the mornings, we expect, we projected 7 right turns out of the driveway and 24 right turns out of the site in the afternoon. At the end of the day, that neighborhood, the Bentbrook Drive driveway produces far more trips than what this driveway does create. Our driveway with this 33,000 square feet of commercial generates 362 total trips per day. That's total throughout the whole day. Usually with the office uses is you tend to, most of your traffic is spread out during the day. You really don't have very high peaks. Compared that to the 50 units coming out of Bentbrook, it's 550 total trips per day is what a 50 unit single family residential neighborhood produces out of that driveway.
How many trips did you say? I just missed for this project. How many trips?
For 33,000 square feet of office, there's a total of 362 trips per day generated by that office for the trip generation manual. A 50 unit residential, which that's what Bentbrook is 550 trips per day. So, and of course the peak is different. The peak number of turning movements into and out of a neighborhood is different than what it is for a commercial here. I think, Marcus, you asked a question at Packet in regards to comparable size, right? The office complex that I'm in on Moore's Mill, where the Regions Bank facility is, that office complex currently has 56,000 square feet of office. So we're roughly about half. This proposal is roughly half of what that office complex that I'm at over here, where the Vet, Regions Bank, and that office complex is on Moore's Mill Road. So I wanted to make sure that we answered that question for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And then, I think one of the concerns in the traffic study, turn lanes, a right turn lane into this existing driveway or a left turn lane into this existing driveway, those were not warranted as part of the traffic study. In conversations with some of the folks in Bentbrook, there was a request that some of them, it was kind of a mixed bag in regards to, some people wanted the addition of that left turn lane into this driveway. And we're willing to work with them on that. And in some other conversations with some of those folks, it sounds like, their concern is getting out of their driveway and looking at their driveway as part of our analysis. What you see is that there's limited sight distance back to the east towards Beauregard And you have grade issues, and then you have that curve going around to that side. And so you have limited sight distance. It's probably barely enough to meet 45 miles per hour, which is the posted speed limit. But when vehicles are coming and they're humming at 50, 55, because you're coming out of that 2-lane rural section, and you kind of now are hitting kind of the outskirts of town, for lack of a better term, so speed there. So people making a left out of Bentbrook, feel like cars get on them very quick from the east because, there's no doubt that they're speeding and just due to speeds there. I think once stuff starts transitioning and you get into where this signal is at Moore's Mill, then speeds are much more in line with the posted speed limits there. And then, the other part of that is, neither turn lane is warranted. If it was me and I'm turning out of that driveway, if it's a 2-lane road, I'm looking to my right and then I'm looking to my left. If a car was going to turn into our driveway at the rear of the Publix to go into our office and they're waiting to turn, they're essentially stopping any eastbound traffic from heading east. That kind of provides a gap for somebody trying to exit the Bentbrook driveway. If we add that left turn lane, you won't have that. That left turn lane would separate that traffic, and those eastbound movements would still be coming through there. And so, I mean, from there's limited number of turning movements there. I guess it's my point is, you kind of be careful what you ask for. We're willing to add the left turn lane if that's what we need to do. But if the concern is getting out of that driveway, I don't necessarily know if that's the best result of or the best option there. So be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Let me see, I'm looking for hands. Okay, Mr. Greenaw, let's go ahead and start with you first.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I just muted you. You'll have to come off and mute again. Sorry about that.
How's that?
And now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. We're in Bentbrook subdivision, which is across the street from this property we're talking about. And as background, Betty and I built our house in 2010, intending to occupy it for decades rather than a few years because of our age. So we carefully considered location, limiting our search to relatively young developments that would age well. As retirees, Bentbrook seemed to be the perfect spot for us, in a nice, well-defined residential area, and yet convenient to a great blend of shopping, office, and entertainment venues. Indeed, for the last 10 years, we have been extremely pleased with our home site, even as we endure increasing traffic congestion on Moore's Mill Road and low-flying aircraft overhead. Now, the requested zoning change to PDD usage for land adjacent to our subdivision threatens our property values by mixing business construction in with what we thought would continue to be residential development. The Planning Commission's prior approval of our residential subdivision behind CVS signaled to us a dividing line that would be mirrored in the future on the land behind Publix. I feel that to now approve PDD designation to the land directly across the street from our neighborhood would not be a logical next step in land usage. It could even begin a trend of mixed business conversions that might continue on out Moore's Mill Road and affect other subdivisions such as Eastlake. The developers who have requested these zoning changes must have also felt this would be an inappropriate action to take, as it is my understanding that they originally had requested from the commission a residential project on this property. So in conclusion, I would therefore implore all Planning Commission members to vote to approve the LDD request, which you've already done, but not the PDD. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Let's see. Let's have Greg Forthofer, please. And then go ahead and unmute, and then you can speak.
Sure. Gregory Fordhofer. I live in the Benbrook subdivision.
I lost sound. Let's see. Okay, go ahead again.
Can I get my 5 minutes reset, please?
Yeah, reset the 5 minutes. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, you're good. You're good.
I did that to you by mistake.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Gregory Fordhofer. I live in the Benbrook subdivision, have lived there for the last 12 years. Firstly, I'd like to let the record show that in my professional opinion, I'm strongly opposed to this request. What I can see in general is the TD development property, which is now zoned LDD, cannot really develop their property with office use because they are not in a neighborhood shopping center as required by the LDD zoning district. So simply put, so to obtain office use, TD development would like to basically co-op the Hamilton Place PDD or neighborhood shopping center in order to get the desired office use. There's a couple items that I'd like to go through, and I'll start with traffic, and I'll be brief on this. Right now, there's approximately 50 homes in the Benbrook subdivision. In those 50 homes, there's 41 residents between the ages of 13 and 19 that will be making the left-hand turn onto Moores Mill Road to go to school, to jobs, and to other events. Based on the ITE trip generation manual, which Mr. Basquin enlightened us with, compared to residential use, which is permitted there with LDD, I would venture to say that the office use has considerably more trips than the residential use. I do question the traffic study, and I'd like to have a copy of it. The traffic study, hopefully the traffic counts were not done during the pandemic because there was significant traffic differences between normal time and during a pandemic. And I would also say, dealing with traffic, medical and professional office use typically deals with behavior of people that aren't used to the local traffic patterns because they go to the doctor once or twice a year. They may need professional help from an attorney once or twice a year. And so I would say that they will be very unfamiliar with this kind of janky intersection. Moving on to some bigger issues. Per the staff comments, inclusion of the requested square footage into the Hamilton Place PDD will move the PDD from a neighborhood shopping center to a community shopping center. This action produces a significant change to the shopping center classification from neighborhood, which has a maximum of 100,000 square feet, to community shopping center with a maximum of 500,000 square feet, all within the Lake Ogletree subwatershed. Note that other community shopping centers in town would be Sam's Club and the South College Walmart. If approved, I see this really just opening up Pandora's box and setting a bad precedence. There's currently about 40 acres of property that extend from the east side of the Hamilton Place PDD to the entrance of East Lake subdivision. All of this property is zoned rural and in the Lake Ogletree watershed, just like the TD development. So in the future, we don't know if the same thing would happen if this was approved tonight. During the original Hamilton Place PDD discussions, we were told that this was basically the current scope and that the edge of it was the easternmost part or backside of Publix. This is obviously not the case, as it is now, 10 years later or so, attempted to get added on. So there's a couple of things I'd like for you guys to consider. Is this request in the best interest of the established neighborhood and citizens of Auburn that have counted on the integrity of the Hamilton Place PDD, what it basically is and has served us well for the past 10 years? Is this really good planning? Is this really good use of property? And what are the long-term ramifications of setting a precedence like this, not only in this town of a community shopping center, but at other parts of Auburn that potentially have LDD zoning and now think, oh, well, I can just add on to a PDD. The reason, in my opinion, that the planning or the layout of the office park is kind of separate from the PDD and kind of looks one-off is because essentially that's what it is. It's an afterthought. It's one-off. And really, again, I appreciate y'all's time. And I just want to close that in my professional opinion, I'm a professional licensed engineer in the state of Alabama. Based on the information that I just provided, staff's recommendation, this appears to be an easy decision to deny this request. So again, let the record show that my family and I are strongly opposed to this request.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we have Mr. Mark Massey. If you unmute, we'll be able to hear you.
All right, can you hear?
Yes, sir. Well, we could. Now you're back on here.
Hey, am I there now?
Now you're there. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know how I'm muted. I'll just be brief. I'm an actuary. I've studied mortality and morbidity statistics.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you state your name and address, please? For the record?
Mark Massey. I live in Benbrook neighborhood.
Okay.
2480. We've been there since 2012. I'm an actuary. I've studied mortality and morbidity statistics for 20 plus years. I would love a copy of the traffic study as well. I respectfully disagree with the person talking about this land use versus Benbrook's already established. This will be an additional 300 to 400 traffic entries in and out of this road, Mooresmill Road. I drive that road the back way going to Columbus, Georgia quite a bit, going to Aflac. And it is not a fun time coming back home, trying to turn into our neighborhood or to get to that office park or to get back to a left-hand turn going eastbound if this thing were to come about. What I would love the commission to do is to look into this very carefully. I mean, you got a lot of stuff going on here, with Eastlake and Moores and Benbrook. There's a lot of people coming in, from a neighborhood, and this is going to be more people coming in there. And I would just love the record to stay, if God forbid, if something were to happen, if somebody dies across the street from this neighborhood because of what's going on here, it just let the record, be shown that was discussed here. I mean, I've studied this for 20 years. I've priced insurance products. Actuarial science is a thing. I'm not a traffic engineer. I've studied engineering in college for a long time, but went the actuarial route. And I would strongly disagree with this development. So that's all I have right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Let's see. We have Alma Lacey Craft. So if you'll just unmute, we'll be able to hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Alma Lacey Craft, and I am a resident in Bentbrook. I have young children. We purchased this house a little over a year ago and intended to be here forever. So I intend to have 3 drivers eventually coming in and out of this neighborhood. As a parent and a citizen, I'm just concerned about the traffic. If I understand correctly, I think he said he turned in the traffic study on August 10th, which would have been Monday, which would tell me that the traffic study was done before the start of school. And I think that the number of left turns coming out of our neighborhood, if that study were done today or next week, would be significantly higher. And I'm just extremely concerned about additional traffic taking a left turn right there. And I am a realtor in town, and I also am concerned about the property values in the future. Pretty much echoing everything else that my fellow neighbors have said, and that I am opposed to this.
You're on mute, Phil.
Sorry about that. There's somebody else that had raised their hand, but it's gone now. So if you met, oh, here we go. Here's okay, I see a couple popping up here. So hang on a sec. Let me recognize. It was Julie Melton is who. So if you go ahead, Julie, and unmute, we can hear you.
Hey there. Yes, this is Julie Melton. I am also a resident of Bent Brook, and I'll certainly keep mine brief just to say that certainly, good with the LDD that you guys have already approved, but just that I'm also against the PDD. I just, the city had come up with a plan for this area, and I think that we need to stick with that, and also just echo all of my other neighbors' comments and agree wholeheartedly with everything they've said. So I appreciate y'all's time and attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Mr. Joseph Martin, go ahead and come off of mute and we'll hear you. Mr. Martin? Looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Well, I'm going to go ahead and move on to a couple of the other people that are raising their hands. I'll come back to you, Mr. Martin. Let's see. Julie Moncrief, go ahead and unmute and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Julie Moncrief. I'm also a resident of Bent Brook. We've been in here for 14 years. I will keep my comments brief. I do thank you for your time and your consideration on this matter. I think mainly I would just echo the concerns that Gregory Forthofer presented so well and Mr. Greenhall, the concerns about the increased traffic as well as the plan that was originally laid out for the city as regarding the use of that land. We have a new teenage driver in the home, so the concern about the left turn is certainly an issue, and as well as the future property values for our home. So I would like to say that I would hope that you would consider not approving this proposal of the PDD.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, Stephanie Merritt. Go ahead and unmute your mic and we should be able to hear you. Stephanie Merritt, if you can hear me, you need to unmute your microphone. There you go. But we still can't hear you.
This is Joseph Martin. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back. Stephanie, if we can let Joseph Martin, he came back online, so let's let him speak and then I'll get to you next. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep mine brief. I'm a resident here at Burnt Brook Subdivision, and I strongly oppose the rezoning to the PDD. And all of my neighbors have pretty much said all the comments I would have said, but I echo what they say and strongly oppose.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go back to Stephanie Merritt.
Phil, this is Ernie Merritt. I am a resident of Bent Brook as well, a businessman in this community. I obviously understand the value of the land. And
hang on a sec, Mr. Merritt, can you hang on one sec? We're having a lot of feedback there on your speaker. Let me try and start you up again here. All right, go ahead and try to unmute again.
I've obviously got an echo. I go on record with everyone else.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. Another one, David Rowling.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm a resident here in Bent Brook as well. And is this the right time to ask questions, or is this just
Sure.
statements?
Ask questions.
So I guess, I mean, you can hear from our neighbors my neighbors that traffic is probably the biggest issue. Watershed was a little bit of an issue. To be fair, TD Development, they did make themselves available with Brett as well, their engineer, to speak with us. You know, they fielded our questions. They took in our concerns, and to their defense, they did, you know, do the best to meet the concerns that they have control over. But I guess the biggest issue is the traffic. And, you know, regardless of what goes across the street, we've got traffic issues. And I'm like everybody else, those statistics that Gregory quoted, I'm in the same boat. I got teenage drivers, and 95% of the time we're taking left-hand turns out of here. And so to piggyback even on what Brett said was that we've just got issues with the speed limits and the grades. And so really, again, regardless of what goes across the street, I mean, I know this isn't the forum to request a reduction in speed limits, but I guess my questions are, so what residential, it sounds like residential was what was put forward to begin with, the townhomes, and that was denied because of the watershed. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
And here's how I want to kind of handle this. So if you give me your questions, what I'll do is we'll ask the appropriate staff member to see if they can talk about that. Now, what I'd like to do is ask Allison Frazier, our city engineer, to just talk a little bit about how we, you know, like you mentioned that the developer has only control over so much, and but the traffic problem still remains. Well, the city does deal with that on a regular basis, and they have a process of trying to, you know, grow the infrastructure with the development, and that's what I'd like her to kind of expand upon a little bit. So we'll talk about the traffic that way. So ask me so you asked the question about what was it originally?
Well, what we need, we need a reduction in the speed limit, because that will go a long way in helping, because to Brett's point, we look right, we look left. And I mean, you take a left and someone coming from Beauregard is on your rear end in a split second. And just this morning, I mean, I take 3 kids, including one of my own, to East Sanford School. And I had it clear to my right, but then looking left, there was a car just screaming over that hill heading out toward Beauregard that was going way over the 45 miles per hour. And so we just,
and that's something that we can't really, it's not before us. We can't, but we do have people that can talk to you about how that does work. And that's why I wanted to
I guess the biggest issue is regardless. I mean, regardless of what goes across the street, short of it being just a single family home on 4.2 acres, we're going to continue to have traffic issues.
Right. Okay.
So I guess I've said my piece.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Let me look and see if I see any more hands. Okay. I'm not seeing any more hands. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing right now. Okay, so Allison Frazier is here tonight, isn't she?
She is.
Okay. Hey, Allison, before we have any discussion on the commission, I heard a number of things that are related to traffic. So there's 3 different pieces that I guess I would be interested in having a little bit of explanation that will help the public understand a little more about this. So one was the traffic study itself. So apparently there was a traffic study done. I thought it was going to be done, but it has been done. So, you know, when was the traffic study done, and did we really have, you know, is this during COVID time and we have a lot less? I mean, is there any kind of judgment we can make on that? That's one piece. The other piece is, and this may, Mr. Basquin may have mentioned this, but I'd like to kind of reiterate, you know, if you have the two different uses, LDD residential or office, what generates more traffic? That's the second one. And then the third thing would be just to kind of give us, can you talk a little bit about the process? I mean, this is a growing area. I know the city's paying attention to the traffic and how much flows through here, and they get to a point where they'll widen roads and put in lights and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so can you kind of talk to that a little bit to kind of give us a little better feeling on how this would, you know, over time change for the better without, you know, with the traffic going on?
Yes. To answer your first question, we did receive the traffic study on Monday. Mr. Basquin did mention that the counts were done near the end of July. We are in a bit of a different time for traffic these days. So we typically don't do counts during the summer. We do those when there's normal traffic patterns. There was an adjustment factor. The traffic engineer looked at some historical data and the current data and did an analysis of that. We are still reviewing the traffic study, but as we are adjusting to COVID rates, we are also trying to figure out how we adjust our traffic volumes to account for that. So the numbers were, the volumes were taken, like I said, the last week of July, and it's given us some preliminary results. The results of the office use don't have an impact on the existing driveways or the existing levels of service.
So let me ask, can I ask a quick question about that though? So, but what has been done with the traffic study is that you made the count, which is, you know, in my view would probably be lower than you would expect since we're in the COVID environment, but there were some factors that would bump the numbers up based on historical or whatever sort of thing. So it gets a little more realistic.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. And again, this traffic study is still under review. I have not had as much time as I'd like to spend time on it. So it could be something that we'll continue to review it as part of the development process if City Council approves a conditional use. It's actually a little bit early, but I do appreciate Mr. Basquin sending that to us. I think your second question was what generates more? Was that office or residential?
Right.
It depends on the intensity of the use. This use with, I think it was estimated at 45 trips per day is fairly low. On this site for LDD residential, you could get approximately 8 units. So you would anticipate about 80 trips per day. So it really would depend on the zoning and the density intensity of either a residential use or of an office or commercial type use.
Okay. And then the last thing, what's the basic process?
Yeah, so we actually just finished a comprehensive traffic study of most of our major corridors in the city. This is the second one we've undertaken. We do them approximately every 10 years. So we've looked at corridors, we've looked at intersections, we've looked at crashes. This area is experiencing a good bit of growth out towards Beauregard. I've had conversations with the Lee County highway engineer down the street, North Mill Society Hill Road. Significant volume changes there over the past couple of years. So it's just a normal factor of growth. But, you know, as we're looking at developments, Brett mentioned the church that's coming in. They also had to do a traffic impact study. So we're looking at what their impacts are to our infrastructure. We'll also evaluate this project and see what impacts it has. And the development will be responsible for those for the most part. But we do, as part of the comprehensive traffic study, we got a list of projects. So we will factor those into our 6-year CIP and present those to the City Council for budgeting and eventual construction.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'll open it up to the commission for any kind of discussion or a motion.
I have one question. I guess this one goes to Forrest. There was some talk about one of the gentlemen said something about the shopping center possibly getting bumped up to the next level of size. That's an interesting thought. Does that have any practical effect? Because I know in a lot of cases it will just be what they call it, out of compliance with the zoning or whatever, so they couldn't do any other. So how would that work exactly? What happens?
Well, yeah, really what you have, and this is something that we put in the code maybe 12 years ago when we were sort of talking about neighborhood centers, and we borrowed, well, we didn't borrow, we stole, but it wasn't proprietary, but it was Urban Land Institute standards for shopping centers. So this is fairly commonly employed, and it's just on a sheer square footage cutoff. So yes, obviously it kicks it into a new classification because it's got more square footage, but all of the particulars are here. So the development is able to be appropriately evaluated in the context of what you have right before you, because you have a master development plan, which of course makes a lot of what could be unknowns very much known. And so the staff reports in your packet reflect that analysis.
So Forrest, and forgive me if I sound uneducated about the question I'm about to ask. So if we in the council were to approve adding this parcel into the PDD, and for some reason, this iteration of this office development does not happen, if they submit a new project within the is it a 2-year time frame or whatever that time frame is?
Yep.
Could they potentially submit something much larger than this office space, or does the fact that this is still in the watershed mitigate some of this? I'm still real confused about the conservation overlay in the watershed and how that is limiting what can happen on this parcel. So I guess that's really 2 questions, but
yeah, and that's a little bit we've kind of talked about this probably more indirectly than directly, but it's a difficult case. We have some oddities in our ordinance with having a planned development district. As I mentioned earlier, basically every use imaginable requires conditional use approval with a PDD overlay.
Okay.
Without that PDD overlay, the spectrum of uses is limited greater, but with a PDD, you get to review every use that's being requested on a property.
Okay.
But to answer your question more directly, so let's say this gets approved. Totally hypothetically, the council approves the amendment, the council approves the office use. If the office use plans are abandoned, the office goes away. If they want to come in with another use, and bear in mind, the key here is that within 2 years, you have to commence development of the parcel. That's really what the trigger is all about there with that 2-year time frame. So yeah, maybe the office deal falls apart. They come in next year and request another use. They would still have to go through the same conditional use approval process, and you would have to evaluate the compatibility and all the other factors of that particular use given the surrounding environment. I will say, in my personal opinion, obviously we've recommended denial of the planned development district overlay, and the reasons are pretty clear in the staff report. Some folks have talked about the appropriateness of an office transitional use at this location, and I certainly would not deny sort of just the general logic of that. But again, we're focusing on our land use plan. Certainly when we devised the future land use plan, we didn't contemplate an expansion of the particular shopping center. But one of the issues that you bring to light, and I think it's relevant to this case, is the wild card to some extent. Having that church be approved makes this case a lot more difficult, because that church was never contemplated to go on that property either. But what you've effectively done is, intentionally or unintentionally, you've expanded that node. And so when you look at it geographically, this makes much more sense today than it would have had that church on top there have not had been approved. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's very dynamic, and it's a very difficult case.
I agree. I'm
Okay.
very conflicted.
Hey, it's Marcus again. So, I have a comment, then also a question. I think probably Allison again. So my first comment is that in general, I tend to lean towards the rights of property owners, but this one is extremely rough because, well, first of all, the overwhelming opposition from just the neighbors of this lot it makes it extremely hard and whatnot. But also, as far as a lot of people are talking about the traffic study and the traffic that can be generated for this. So Allison, I don't know how specific you can get, and you said that you're still in the process of looking at the traffic or whatever. But is the traffic study you got from the developer, is it even in the realm of possible? Because I'm looking at the number of parking spots they decided they needed, and then plus what they claim is the target. It seems to me if half the people go on lunch break and come back, you've blown that out. If they fully let all of the buildings. So that's my comment. I could be wrong. I see you look on your face. So am I missing something? Am I wrong? You're on mute. I'm sorry.
Would you restate your question for me? I'm not sure I understand your question.
So I'm looking at the number of parking spots there. I think it was like 150 something parking spots, and they only needed 120 something. So, and I think Brett said something like, hold on, 362 trips. So if they're fully leased all of the buildings and the parking lot is full, then just going there, that's 158 trips. And then if half the people go on lunch break, you're up to 300 or so, close to 300. And then if they come back, that's more on top of that, and then they leave. Am I completely on reservation here? What do you see what I'm saying? Maybe I'm off. I don't know.
Well, the thing about the trips is they will, an office use is a little bit different than, say, a fast food. The peaks could vary. The trips could be distributed differently depending on the type of office use it is. The guidelines that we use to determine these trips are, I'll say, fairly regimented. It's an office use category. But again, it doesn't specify how the traffic engineer determines how those trips are distributed based on their expectations of where people are going and coming to and from the site. So it's a little hard to give you a definitive answer.
Right. I wasn't trying to put you in a binder or let me keep whatever, anything like that. But I just wanted kind of like what you're okay. I think I got an idea what you mean. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. My packet says 40,000 square feet of office. I heard earlier it's 33,000. Is that's our new number? My question is, I don't really mind the office use. I like that they are using an existing curb cut. Is there an issue from the Planning Commission requiring that decel lane or left turn lane, some sort of additional infrastructure from the developer in this area to help mitigate some traffic issue should they arise? Part A. Part B is, can we, I don't really want to, but can we take the 33,000 square feet of conditional use for office out and not do the additional 25,000 for the PDD approval?
Okay, I'm going to answer the second question. I may need some help from Allison on the first one.
And I do see, and I also see Brett Baskin will have some input. So we'll go ahead for us, and then we'll ask Brett.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, yes, you can recommend to the city council that the commercial square footage not be added to the PDD. Alternatively, the applicant could opt to take that off the table voluntarily. As far as the decel lane, typically what would occur there is if you've got if the staff report in your packet from engineering says that there needs to be a decel lane. Typically, that's going to be required if you were to approve it with staff comments. If that comment is not in there, then you probably ought to ask Allison about the appropriateness of it and or the necessity of it.
It is not in here, Allison. And if you were to move forward with this, would it be something that you would do?
Yes, so it is required per our design manual for this classification of roadway. And Brett mentioned earlier that he had done the warrant analysis and it's technically not warranted by the volumes, but our manual does require it, whether it's in the staff comments or not.
Wasn't it a change we just made not too long ago to our design manual?
Yes.
To require those decel lanes on certain arterial roads or whatever they're called.
Yes, that's correct.
Hey, go ahead, Mr. Baskin. You were going to make a comment, I think.
Yeah, the question Marcus brought up about total parking. We have, because of the agreement we have with Publix for the cross-access drive, we're required at a minimum to provide 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet of use on the office parcel. So we agree with you that there's a lot more parking on that parcel, but that's one of the restrictions on this property from Publix, with their concern of most retailers, like of, you're worried about protecting the parking associated with your development and don't want adjacent developments to encroach on you or use your parking. So we have cross access rights. We don't have cross parking rights. So our, in a general office use like this, a normal parking requirement would be like 3.3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. And we're having to do 4.5 as part of a private restriction with Publix. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then the other side is, we're getting, when we're talking about the traffic study, there's two different things. There's total trips generated, and then there's the number of peak hour trips. And so I don't want those to get confused, because when you're talking about total trips throughout the day, that's a lot more. We typically are not as concerned with the total number of trips, because usually they're spread out during the day. We're usually more concerned about the peak hour turning movements, when people are leaving their homes to go to work or entering facilities during those peak hours. And then those peaks are usually a bigger percentage of the overall traffic in that time period. So, so I gave both numbers, and it sounded like, Marcus, I wasn't saying there's only 45 trips per day here. I was only talking about that's how many people are turning in within that highest 1 hour period in the morning. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to make sure that
I got the 362, but yeah, but your first point certainly explains that about Publix was requiring you to have more spaces, so therefore don't count that against you. And that's it. I'll take that point. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Brett.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing as part of my confliction on this particular project. Adding the 4.2 to the PDD overall, no matter what, changes its classification from neighborhood to community center, correct?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay.
It's the size of the office development that changes it, correct? I mean, it pushes it.
It's basically the total square footage that's deemed to be included in that shopping center. So this proposal elevates the overall square footage. It trips that 100,000 square foot threshold, thereby tripping it into the community shopping center, not the neighborhood shopping center per ULI standards.
Do we know how much of their square footage they've already used in the current neighborhood?
Yeah, it's on the site plan. Logan's gonna read you the numbers.
Okay.
Don't know that the numbers are listed in the staff report. If you bear with me, I can pull that up for you though.
And I'm sorry, I'm looking for it. I just can't find it.
I believe they had about 17,000 square feet left
Okay.
to reach 100,000. And because this is over that 17,000 square feet that they had left to reach 100,000, that's what's bumping it up to the next.
And then plus the other 25,000 that they want.
Correct.
That they requested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my next, go
From
ahead.
the applicant's side, if we need to pull the additional square footage off of the commercial, we don't have a problem doing that. So.
Right, so that's right. It's not going to change the changing classification. So my next question comes from us as a planning commission body, that if we were to majority believe that office use is fine here, but yet we can't have it without this PDD, but that changes the classification to an almost 500,000 square foot, even though they have to come back to us, what makes it where Publix can't just continue to move down Moore's Mill? Anything that could stop that?
Well, yeah, Publix would also have to amend the PDD if they wanted to expand the boundaries of the PDD, which they would have to be able to put any commercial retail use here. I mean, beyond what's already present.
Okay.
I think that was a question too, was could, just by bumping this up from neighborhood to community shopping center, would they be allowed to build any more? And the answer is they're only asking for the 25,000 additional square footage. They would not be able to exceed that. If it were approved, they would not be able to exceed that without another conditional use approval.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, but I meant in this footprint. There's a whole lot of acreage down Moore's Mill that's still available that is conservation overlay as well.
I'm assuming it would have to go through the same process that we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
But
correct.
setting the precedent like we have at the church and this and all that.
Just set a precedent.
Bill,
Yes, sir.
I can't find my raise your hand icon.
No, that's okay. Jump in.
I've been sitting here itching to respond to two or three things. One thing is changing the classification of an already built out shopping center doesn't change anything unless we allow it to expand its footprint, like Lynette was saying. We don't have to expand the footprint just because the classification allows it more square footage than it has right now, or more acres than it has right now. My dilemma here is we talked about our land use plan, which our staff is relying on in their recommendation. The problem is we probably should have thought about this a little bit when we drew that line. One is, what single family house would you buy or place behind the loading docks of a major retail grocery store? That's the dilemma. If we don't use some kind of use like this, what other uses would be feasible there? Secondly is you've got that demarcation of that intermittent stream or whatever it is that is there along the east, was that south property line?
East, well, yeah, I'd say, yeah, it's both.
Yeah, and so and then as Forrest mentioned, we allowed the church, and I did with great fear and, well, I just was not without much enthusiasm, I'll say that. We did change that whole area there as far as its character. Another dilemma, and I can understand the traffic, that is an issue that we have to have. But this complex adds only minimally to it. And therefore expecting them to build a decel lane when they're only a small percentage increase of the overall traffic, to me, is a little harsh and maybe a little bit unreasonable. The residential area, that wonderful, beautiful residential area, is pretty well screened itself as I drove back through there the other day. So the traffic is the to me, the only legitimate concern that I have, at least, about this particular proposal. And whether that's significant enough that we can't mitigate it some way. The traffic is going to increase there because most of this traffic originates somewhere way down the road beyond this particular intersection. And I don't know what it is that causes that traffic, but I know it's there and I go there a lot. So my position on this is not a perfect solution, but I think it will be something that will cap it off, and we don't have to approve any other increases beyond this. And of course, we don't have to approve this either, but if we don't approve this, what else are we going to expect a land developer to put there? And so I just feel like that this is an alternative that is worthy of our consideration.
Okay.
I feel like what we've heard from the residents, and they may correct me and say I'm wrong, is that the traffic concerns seem to be their biggest objection to the development, not necessarily the offices themselves. So maybe that's where we need to focus.
Well, my
and maybe that comes with the next application and not this one, but something that we should focus on for sure.
Yeah, and my view, I guess I agree with a couple of you on the idea that this is a good step down. Brett Basquin mentioned that, Warren mentioned too, that, what house do you want to buy right behind Publix? With the church there as well, I'm kind of inclined to think that this is it's appropriate to have the PDD and the use that goes along with it. So with that, are there is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, let me speak just a minute if I'm not late.
Go ahead.
This PDD was approved a long time ago and by previous commissions. And I think they did a very professional job in the way it was zoned and the land use and the size and the way that it's developed and expected to be developed. The public is just a natural bookend to the end of this development. And to add on an office space, to me, to increase the PDD is just a method of circumventing our comprehensive land use plan. And the question of what would we expect or who would we expect to build a house behind Publix is a little hypothetical. We don't know who that may be. And the developers of this land would be very creative. And I'm sure that they would put something in there that's economically feasible and would be a benefit to the community and may or may not adjust the traffic that you have in here, but the traffic is going to get worse over time. But I think the PDD was appropriately approved when they did, and to change it opens up other possibilities. If the office doesn't go, then something else might. Of course, we have to approve it, but we may take the position of the next thing that comes along that we can't disapprove it because it's better than it being vacant, like we're looking at this office space. So I'm inclined to plan that's working, leave it alone and follow staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing and then I'm gonna be quiet for a few minutes?
Sure, go ahead, Jen.
I've talked a lot today. I apologize.
That's all right.
So I will say I have lived in this area of town since 1997, before even a lot of these neighborhoods existed in this area. I lived through when they put in the offices right there along Moore's Mill where the Regions Bank is. I was around when they put in the Publix, and we kind of thought that was going to be the end of the world as well. And, you know, I've lived in 2 or 3 different neighborhoods over in this area in these past 2 decades. And so, you know, as a resident, I appreciate the commercial development that's come along and followed the residential. You know, these businesses do want to come out here because this is where people live, and they want to serve the residents that live in these areas. You know, an office, professional offices are, you know, pretty low impact. They do serve a purpose, and without knowing exactly what's going out there, I mean, you know, I have found that everything else that has come to this area has been a business that I utilize, and I appreciate the convenience of it. So I think that that is something to consider too. You know, we've gone through a lot of, it's the end of the world as we know it if the certain development comes. And yes, there's been a lot of traffic. You know, I lived in town when I was young, and I could drive all the way out to Country Square Road, and I never passed another car. And you do that now, and you probably pass 300 or 400 every time you drive. So I've watched that progress over my lifetime, and I'm not unhappy with the result. So I think, you know, we've still been conscientious about the developments that we, you know, allow to come right in up against our residential neighborhoods. So, you know, I think we should trust the process a little bit. It is an office space, and it is a good transition. You know, this is a very desired side of town, and that Moore's Mill is going to push on out all the way out to Society Hill probably at some point. Maybe not all commercial, but certainly some residential. So just think that we need to not fear too much what the impact of it would be. I would like to see some traffic questions answered, particularly maybe in another traffic study.
But the traffic is going to be a problem whether this is built or not.
Absolutely. What's happening on further down Moore's Mill is a bigger traffic issue than what this office space will create, with the exception of people turning in and out. And I think if we can mitigate that may help a little bit. It is a terrible blind spot at Bent Brook, but that problem already exists.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is Marcus again. I see where kind of people are sitting now as far as that goes. Can some commissioners speak to the issue that gave it the denial to begin with, as far as the planning staff, as far as the comp plan not being in line with the comp plan? Or what, does anyone have any feeling or any ideas about that? Putting the traffic and all that to the side. What about the reason this was given a denial in the first place? Does anyone have anything, an argument or something?
Well, we've made changes, you know, to the comp plan land use a number of times for reasons sometimes good, sometimes bad. But I got to believe that this is going to be another one of those situations where it's going to end up having to, you know, assuming it's approved, you know, the land use in this whole corner is going to get tweaked a little bit and include this. So, you know, again, like I said, I'm pretty much in favor of the step down in the, you know, the transition use here, you know, and that's something that we can, you know, adjust to. You know, I believe firmly in the comp plan, but it, you know, it is a plan, it's a guide. And so we're trying to, you know, again, we're just trying to do the best we can, right? You know, and make, you know, make this happen and be flexible in some cases that we have to be, you know, for growth in Auburn, because we're growing.
Appreciate that, Phil.
Yeah. So do I have a motion?
I talk the most, so I'll make a motion that we approve PL 2020-0028 Hamilton Place PDD amendment with, you any and all staff comments.
This is Robin.
Oh, go ahead, Robin. You good?
Yeah, I'll second. And I'm sorry, I haven't said much because I don't think my sound is very good from what I'm hearing. So anyhow, I will second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the PDD amendment. Is there any further discussion from the commission?
I actually would like to amend that. I would like to remove the 25,000 square foot of additional square footage requested.
Can you explain what does that do for?
Yeah, I need some
I mean, yeah.
I think that where I'm landing is that the office use doesn't bother me. I don't really want to expand the PDD past the from neighborhood to community level. And I would like for, if they want additional 25,000 square feet, to come back and request it so that we can see it and process it.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Does anybody second that amendment?
I'd second it for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on an amendment. Let's have some discussion then.
I have a question, and maybe I don't understand. I thought that this entire deal was dependent on the 25,000 square feet of retail, because without it, Publix is not willing to extend the PDD to the offices, to that parcel. And without the PDD extension, the office use can't even be a question. Did I misunderstand that?
Well, I understood the applicant's representative to offer to remove the 25,000 square feet if that was desirous to the commission, which makes me believe that it's not an issue for Publix, but I don't want to speak for the applicant.
Okay, is Brett still with us?
Yeah, hang on a sec. All right, go ahead and unmute, Brett.
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, from their side, as we were going for it, they would like to go ahead and do that so they didn't have to come back and do it in the future, because that's probably the most they would ever do. But it wasn't something that I think from their side, they were a hill they were going to die on. You know, if they got to come back and do it when they have more detailed plans, if they ever do it, but it's not in the planning, you know, it's really not in the cards right now. So it's more of a theoretical than anything. So, I mean, I think that's fine. If that's the concern, I think it's fine to remove that, the Publix expansion off of that. And it's really, the only increase is the office.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Brett.
I'm a little bit confused now. What the 25,000 square, can somebody elaborate on that? I don't know what's that. That just jumps you from the smaller to the larger, you know, shopping center, if you will.
Well, no, not really. I mean, an additional 25,000 square feet comes with the 25,000 additional square feet of impacts. The couple things for clarification: removing the 25,000 square feet does not change the classification of the shopping center. It would become a community shopping center with or without the 25,000 square feet they've asked for. But what I'm guessing the next amendment is designed to accomplish is to bring down the potential intensity of the development overall, you know, to help mitigate for some of the additional traffic and other impacts that might be incurred by that additional square footage of Publix. And Brett represented what he represented to us was that this was not something that was by any means definite, but while they're going ahead and opening up the PDD, go ahead and get it. If they still need it, if they decide they want to do it 5 years from now, nothing precludes them from coming back to get an amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Brett. Just unmute.
Yes. No, that's correct. So if there was any kind of expansion for the Publix, they were only talking about expanding on the side where the existing drive-through is on the Publix.
Right.
But what Forrest said is exactly right. essentially what public said is, since you're opening up the PDD and increasing it, go ahead and bump it up for this theoretical value.
Okay.
And so that's what we did. It wasn't something that they were dead set on having. They were just saying, while you're at it, get it. That way we won't have to come back. So if we get this approved per Nanette's amendment, if anybody else in that shopping center wanted to expand any square footage, they would have to come back and get it approved. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so any further discussion on that amendment?
Yeah, let me ask a question on that. During the discussion, it was 40,000 square feet of office, and then they reduced it, I think, to 33,000 square feet. Does the 33,000 trip this number for the change to classification?
Yes. Yeah, it still trips the even those reductions. There's still enough square footage left to trip the change in classification.
But with the amendment, we're not going to.
Yes, you will.
Yeah, there's only 17,000 square feet left in the original PDD.
Right.
So I think Nanette's concern is that maybe if we're going to allow that 25,000 to come in at some point, that we would like to see more of a design of the project as opposed to just a blanket.
Okay.
And that's my assumption of what her concern is with that. Not that it's going to trip the
okay.
community.
Now I understand better. Okay. Anybody else?
Is Nanette not with us? Can she?
Yeah, she's saying thumbs up.
Yes, that is correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, well, that means we have to vote on the amendment. So the amendment is, state the amendment again, Nanette, just for the record.
I was amending Jana's motion to approve with staff comments. My amendment was to approve with staff comments, but remove the additional 25,000 square foot request to add to the PDD.
Okay, so we're voting for the amendment first. And so go ahead, Amber, can you give us a roll call?
Yes. Bridges?
Yes.
Chancellor?
Yes.
Jaeger?
Yes.
Lazenby?
On the amendment, yes.
Marshall?
Yes.
McCord?
Yes.
Reese?
Yes.
Reitenbaugh?
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move to.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Wendy, I need Wendy.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, now we'll go ahead and move to the original motion as amended. So let's go ahead and, is there any further discussion on that? All right, let's go ahead, Amber, and have another roll call vote on the motion as amended. Amended to approve with an amendment.
Bridges?
Yes.
Chancellor?
Yes.
Jaeger?
Yes.
Lazenby?
No.
Marshall?
I'm a yes.
McCord?
Yes.
Reese?
Yes, approving the amendment. I mean, I think
Approve the motion as amended.
as amended, yes.
Reitenbaugh?
No.
Birmingham?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, let's move on to the item number 16, which is the Hamilton Place PDD, which we just approved as amended. And we're looking at the use now. Staff recommends denial of the use of office buildings there. And Mr. Kipp.
This is the last.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
Didn't y'all just vote on the amendment and not the actual motion itself?
We did both.
You did both. Okay, my apologies.
We did the amendment first, and then we did the motion as amended.
Fair enough. Thank you. Sorry.
This is the final request related to this property in the Hamilton Place property. Just to clarify, the original request was for 40,000 square feet. But after meeting with the homeowners association, they did bring back a revised plan and brought it down to 33,000. So this is the most up-to-date site plan with 33,000. Staff recommends denial for inconsistency with the future land use of conservation cluster. And we did receive, again, comments or feedback from the residents not supporting this. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Let's see. I assume, Mr. Basquin, you will answer questions if asked. So what we'll go ahead and do is let's go ahead and dive right into, since we've discussed this so much, let's dive right into the public hearing. So I want to open the public hearing at this time to address the use of office space in the PDD that we just approved. So I'm going to start with Julie Moncrief, who has been waiting for a long time with her hand up. You can go ahead, Ms. Moncrief, and unmute it so that we can hear you.
Okay, do I need to state I'm a resident of Bent Brook again?
Yeah, just give us your name and address, please.
Julie Moncrief, and it's 1122 Blackman Circle.
Thank you, ma'am.
And, you know, I'm not certain maybe even what recourse we have at this point since the you've already made your vote, but I did just want to clarify a couple of things that maybe will have some bearing on your decision for this this situation. I think it may be a misrepresentation to say that our only concern as a neighborhood was the traffic. We certainly understand the growth in this area. We too lived here when Publix was built, and probably that's why we are a little hesitant. There were several promises made by the developer of Publix at the time, which were not followed through to the letter. And that leads us to be a little skeptical that the site plan, the drawing that we've seen, the promise of the rear facing building, you know, that would actually be what ends up being built there. So maybe that's something y'all can help me understand, you know, how those decisions are made. Again, when the developers came to our neighborhood to have a meeting, these were some concerns that we expressed also. So I guess I'm hopeful maybe you can, you know, help me understand that better. And two, I just, you know, I'm not speaking for all my neighbors, but I do feel like I'm speaking for several. I don't want you to think that we are not for, that we're not, we'd seem a little uneasy in trusting the process. I'm not really sure I understand why, if the staff has recommended a denial, how it exactly works to, you know, override that. And if we're to trust the process of the people who make the recommendations, then where does that go for us trusting the process of future developments, the long-term land use plan? So it's not the growth that we're against, it's just that we would like to see responsible growth. And then again, I guess the biggest point that, you know, did not get brought up again was, you know, yes, traffic is a concern, but the property value is a concern also. And when we originally met with the developers, it was conveyed to us that they had originally planned to build homes there. So at one point it seemed suitable to have a home, maybe townhomes back up to the Publix, but now all of a sudden it doesn't seem that that would be an acceptable use of the property, or who, you know, who would want to live there. Although when it was first conceptualized, that was the plan, but it was changed because the number of homes they could not put in there was not profitable enough for what they wanted to put there.
Okay. Does that wrap up your comments?
I think so.
Yeah, let me just at least speak on one of those right off the top. You know, I've been on the Planning Commission now for about 10 years, and I don't think I'm exaggerating one bit to say that 95% of the time we go with the staff's recommendation. You know, this is a public process. We get a lot of inputs from a lot of different places. And, you know, we have our own backgrounds and, you know, we bring different things to the process itself. So, you know, we've mentioned a couple of the times that we've gone against the staff, it's because they're fairly significant. You know, there were tough calls. As Dr. McCord mentioned earlier, you know, this is a tough call. And, you know, that's why that happens from time to time. And so, you know, the process is sound. And it's just a matter of, you know, this is a group of 9 people that are trying to do the best they can to support Auburn and its growth. And, you know, sometimes we disagree with the staff that we have great deal of respect for, and they're great people. They know their work and that sort of thing. So that's my input on that piece. The other one, and so help me also, Mr. Cotton, on this one, if I get out of line here. You kind of mentioned, you know, what about if you approve this thing that says office space? Is that what's going to go in there, or can something else come in? Because you don't, you know, there might be a lack of trust on some level about that. Well, in this particular case, the way this has been approved, going from, you know, the rezoning to the PDD to the office, if they don't put an office space in there, they have to come back to the commission to
Make it look like
ask us for, okay, now what do you want to do? And then we have to go through this process all over again. So hopefully
that's correct.
Okay. So hopefully that kind of addresses some of your concerns there. Okay. Let's go to Greg Forthhofer. Let me get you, go ahead and unmute and you can speak.
Yes, thank you. 2547 Glenbrook Drive, live in the Bentbrook subdivision.
Thank you.
For the record, strongly oppose office use for this property. I will say that the medical and office use will create traffic confusion issues for folks visiting those places that are not used to the local traffic patterns. I would also like to ask that as a condition of this approval, that the citizens have immediate access to any traffic study associated with this project. Secondly, I would also ask that the additional 34 paved parking spaces be removed as part of this approval because this project is in the Lake Ogletree sub-watershed, and I don't understand how providing more than required spaces is in the best interest of the watershed. And I guess my last comment is the questioning of the traffic study that's done during the pandemic. I find it very difficult to understand how that's even possible. But again, to recap, one, complete access to traffic studies from the City of Auburn staff, and 2, the removal of the 34 additional paved spaces that are beyond the requirement because it's in the Conservation Overlay District and in the Lake Ogletree sub-watershed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll address those with some more discussion. Okay, let's see, we have next in line is Julie Melton. Please unmute and so we can hear you.
Hey there, yes. Again, Julie Melton. I live in Bentbrook, 2512. I guess, you know, you guys have voted, obviously, but a few things I just want to point out. One, to my neighbor Julie Moncrief's point, when we met with the developers, they said that they originally wanted to put in residential and houses, but ultimately they couldn't make enough money. So I guess, I don't know, is it a money? I'm just trying to figure out exactly where all of a sudden we're on office space when initially the conversation was residential. Another thought that I have is, we talked about, we have a city planning department, and I know that you guys reference that sometimes you go against the city planning department, but 95% of the time you don't. And I'm just, again, I haven't heard any arguments or comments tonight that would make me understand why this time you would go against a city planning department that is obviously good at their job, right? We love this city, and they tend to make good recommendations. And another comment or thoughts that I had is someone mentioned, who in the world would want to live behind Publix and with the loading dock? And so I thought about it, my neighborhood, granted CVS came after us, but we live right behind CVS and right across from Publix. And we don't have a lot of turnover in our neighborhood. Additionally, we have 2 Walmart neighborhood markets that were there first, which now have residential being built right behind them and adjacent to them. We also have the Glendine Shopping Center with Good Times. It used to be Hastings, now it's University. There is a neighborhood right next to that came in after that. You've got the movie theater that was there first, and people built residential right by the movie theater. You also have Winn-Dixie. There are now residential being built right behind Winn-Dixie. So there would seem to be confusion there. And I wanted to point out, there are plenty of people who will live behind some sort of a grocery store type building. And I think Holland Homes in Dilworth are both doing developments around these, which in my opinion are pretty reputable builders in town. So, and also it was brought up that by a couple folks that we were only concerned about the traffic, and it's not just about the traffic. That is obviously a concern, but it's not just about that. And, we're going off of a traffic study that was done during COVID when school wasn't in session, and that has not been vetted really by the city yet. So those are just things that I think need to be taken into consideration. And that's all I have. I just appreciate again your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, 1 second. Oh, let's see. Hang on a sec. I just lost. I think it was Mr. Merritt, or did you drop off? Oh, there we go. Okay, now if you unmute, we should be able to hear you.
Bill, I hope you can hear me better this time.
Oh, much better, much better.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the group. I will say a couple of things. The first thing that has been mentioned, the watershed, I do not want that overlooked or misunderstood. I do live at 2492 Glenbrook. I do live on the small body of water that this creek and watershed will drain into, which already has some opportunities, and it is only going to get worse from the approval for the church. And now obviously this will add to it as well. Many of you have also said many things about how dangerous this road is and have talked about the traffic, and all of you have recognized that there is a traffic problem on this road. You are merely kicking the ball down the road when you approve these things. That is absolutely the only thing that's occurring here, is that you are saying we'll deal with it later, and at what expense we will deal with it later. I also want to address a couple of things. When do we stop? What precedent are we setting when we go against what the land use study says we should follow? This individual house that has recently sold to this developer is next door to the individual that sold that land some time ago. And it at what point do we say she sells again and we continue down the road even further, creating a problem down the road as we go? So does the commission have the ability to approve one, not the other? And then what kind of precedent are we setting at this point? The other thing I'd like to also talk about is the residential versus the business use. If you don't approve something for you only allow a certain number of residents on a piece of property, how in the world can we approve to rezone it for business to allow quadruple to 10 times the number of people on a piece of property and number of vehicles? It doesn't, I don't quite follow that. And then the last piece, I am in a business that I do get to interact with Publix a lot. In fact, I spend a lot of time with Lakeland, and I have spoken to some of the lawyers as well as some of their real estate folks, as well as some of their local folks. I would ask the group if they would be willing to share with us their agreement with Publix. What has Publix required them to do? What limitations have they put on what they can put behind that building? What control is Publix putting on them? Are they going to allow them to do things that they want to do? And I'm only asking for the same opportunity as a landowner across the street to have the ability to have the same responsibility or the same ability to be able to change someone or have a vote in the process. I just don't happen to own the land or the easement to get to where they want to build. But as a resident living across the street, worried about my value, no different than Publix is worried about theirs, I merely want the same opportunity to be able to be heard and be listened to and be considered, because obviously Publix has put some constraints on this group of what they can put behind it. And I only ask for the same opportunity, and that is to understand we've got a blind spot. We've got a lot of traffic. There's no need for that business development. There's plenty of development in this area that's commercial that they can build on. There's open spots in the neighborhood or in the development right across the street diagonal and behind on the Moore's Mill area. Those are not all leased. So there's plenty of business space already in this area for other businesses to lease, and they have chosen not to. So why do we need to add some more? So hopefully everybody understands, obviously we are against this development and think the best use would be a residential. I'm all for them being able to build. I'm all for them to be able to make money. That's what the American way is, but not at the expense of other people around them that are going to get devalued from this, and then the risk it brings to the community as the traffic, as the other things that have been mentioned, to include the waterway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I would like to just make one quick point. You know, we vote and we're, you know, as a commission, but you know, we don't make the final decision on any of this. You know, the city council is going to make the decision on this. So while you have a forum to speak and here at the Planning Commission, don't forget the city council is also more than willing to hear what you have to say about this as well. So this isn't the final decision on any of this. Okay, so that brings us to some kind of questions, comments, or a motion from the commission.
Hey, Phil, this is Marcus. Before a motion or whatever, I just would like to, I guess, talk just a second about, I think one person a second ago, I think it was, I didn't write the name down, but she basically said that about like how did we come up to the decision we did and kind of overturn what the staff wanted and whatnot. So I'll just speak to my own reasoning at first. Like I can't speak for the whole group, of course, but after reading the packet, I went in thinking that I was going to vote for it. Basically not with the planning staff, but for it because of the property rights issues and the things I read in the packet or whatever. And then when I was actually here and I'm hearing all the opposition and some of the arguments made, I started going the other direction. So this is how I ended up voting for it essentially. So I know one thing, and Forrest, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if it's by law or by convention that we're not supposed to really take the property values into consideration on either side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it seems to me that the two biggest pieces were my property values would be affected, and on the other side, the traffic problems. So I kind of took the idea about property values. I'm not supposed to take that into effect on either side, so I put that to the side. Now with the traffic information. So I did ask a bunch of questions to Allison and this and that, and they're still, going through the process. And I have my own doubts as well, but it's something that can be addressed a little bit further down the line and whatnot. And I understand the gentleman who said the idea about kicking the can down the road or whether that is an issue. But again, as Chairman Chancellor just said that we're not the final arbiter of that anyway. You know, there's a level above us that you can still convince. And finally, I think there was one part about, what was it? Oh gosh, I lost my last point, Sean. But those are the two things. It was the third thing now, and I don't even understand what I wrote down. I'm sorry. But essentially, like I said, I was going one way, then I listened to both sides, and at the end of the day, I personally decided that oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry. The overlay. I mean, not the overlay. The comp plan. As Phil said, you know, we do make exceptions to it. You know, from time to time, and also it is just a guide. It's not like something, you know, it's not something that we have to follow to the T. And here, this is a good step down. It kind of, as far as the offices and whatnot, it kind of does what we're intending to do as far as the plan, you know, in a way that's not specifically in the plan. So that's my opinion on how I came to the conclusion I ended up coming to. So anyway, sorry, I'm rambling.
That's all right. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, could we hear from their engineer about the comment about the additional parking spaces relative to the watershed area and maybe reducing them to the required amount, only to the required amount? I'd like to hear some conversation about that.
Yeah, that Allison, and then probably need some input also from Brett Basquin on that as well, because I think that was more of a an agreement between him and Publix, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to give you the ability to unmute there, Brett. Maybe you can tell us first, you know, why put the extra ones in there. I mean, it sounds like it's some kind of a deal between you and Publix.
Yeah, we're restricted to 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square foot of building. So that's 149 spaces that we're required to provide. If you go into the 1 per 300 requirement, you're at 134. So we're only providing about 15 spaces more than that. So we're currently showing like 158. So, I mean, one, we're in the Ogletree watershed, so water quality is required. So we have to provide stormwater detention and stormwater water quality and water quantity. So we have to hold back our flows, plus we have to treat the water. That's just because we're in the watershed no matter what. So whether or not we have 9 more spaces or not, we have to abate those impacts whether we have them or not. I mean, if we need to lose the 9 spaces to get to the 4.5 spaces per 1,000 maximum, we'll do that. Or the 4.5 spaces per 1,000 minimum that we have to provide as part of our Publix agreement. But I mean, so if that's what we need to do, we can do it and cap our maximum parking at the minimum that Publix is going to require, because it's going to far exceed what the city requires. One of the other questions was in regards to like what our agreement is with Publix. I mean, essentially our agreement with Publix is all we can do is office use. We can't sell any goods or services that competes with Publix, whether that's food, bakery, pharmacy, you name it. We can't have a competing use if it's sold in their stores. That's essentially the nuts and bolts of it, unless you want to know about shared maintenance costs and those types of things. But I mean, that's a private agreement that I don't think Publix wants shared, but we do have restrictions, and our essentially what our restrictions are is our use can only be office, and we have a minimum number of parking spaces we have to provide.
Mr. Chairman, how does Publix get to regulate how many parking spaces? I mean, what's the impetus behind that?
I could not answer. Can you answer that, Brett?
Yeah. I mean, it's very, most retailers protect their parking field because, if parking spaces are full, more people can't get to them. So a lot of retailers have minimum parking requirements that typically far exceed what minimum requirements there are with what a city may or may not require. In this particular instance, they wanted us to provide 5 spaces per 1,000, and we were able to get them to go down to 4.5 spaces per 1,000. But just so you know, if there is medical use in this facility, the parking count that we have shown right now is based upon professional office at 1 per 300. If this was all medical space, then we would have to provide 5 per 1,000. So, you know, I guess my point to that would be is, you know, if we're going to cap our parking, it needs to be capped at either 5 per 1,000 if it's medical office, or if it's professional office, it's 4.5 spaces per 1,000, because that's what we're working against. But we have a private agreement with them that kind of goes back and is dictated on the driveway for this parcel going away in order to get the rear drive in for Publix. So, you know, our hands are tied, but, you know, I assure you that the city ordinance, stormwater ordinance in this watershed will mitigate the stormwater impacts of this facility.
Chairman,
Let me ask too, while we're talking, he had mentioned that they reluctant, but they had no definitive objection to putting in a left turn lane. And also the city's new regulation for any development on an arterial road to have a deceleration lane. Would you want to comment about those or commit to those if they were required?
Yeah, I mean, I think the traffic study shows that they're not required. I think we're willing to work with staff if we need to provide the required turn lanes. I mean, you know, the guys that are developing this, Rob and Benedetto, who's been here since 1976, and Jay Tolan, I mean, they're in this area, they live around here, they work around here. It's not like they're not going to fulfill their side of the obligations. So, you know, in regards to this, I know there was some reluctance on whether or not the people performed what they agreed to. You know, we don't have a problem with those elevations in the rear facade of these buildings having a facade that matches the front. We have no problem agreeing to that, and we would like to work with the city in regards to get their feedback on the turn lane requirements here. But if, like I said, the study shows that they're not warranted, but if in the best interest of what the city feels we need to put in the turn lanes, then of course we'll put in the turn lanes. You know, we're trying to do this as a high quality development. We're not trying to skimp out on anything here. So, you know, my only concern is that if the city reviews this and says we'd rather you do this than that, I really don't want to have to come back to this body to get a requirement of a turn lane removed. So, I mean, we don't have a problem putting it in Allison, just working with her on the traffic study to come up with the best solution that they agree with.
Mr. Chairman, if I might continue and come to engineering's defense a little bit, and our defense from being on the commission. Traffic studies are professionally done, they're accurate at the time, and they're a good basis for design. But we've found over time that they are severely lacking in what the future holds for the development of some of these streets. And I think the city staff has set a recommendation or made a requirement even that the turn lanes be provided, whether the traffic study at this particular time warrants it or not. Because sometime down the road, maybe 5, 10 years, it's going to be warranted. And we don't want to look back at that in that time and say, oh, I wish we'd have done this or that. Now's the time to do that for public safety and do these things as the development occurs. Thank you.
Okay. right, well, that brings us to, unless there's any further discussion, need a motion.
Whichever motion we have, it has to include whatever kind of amendments you guys, whatever we're talking about, right?
Well, right. If you want to put that as part of the motion.
I mean, I would personally like to see maybe a new traffic study done now that we're back in school, even though we're not back in school at full capacity. I think it might be worth seeing that happen as a condition of the office space going in. And I like the idea of the reduced parking. I thought it was more than 9 spaces since our packet has 124 versus 158. So it's only 9 spaces. I don't think that's really much of an issue, but if it's 30, then that makes a little bit of a difference to me.
Is that a motion?
No.
Okay.
I'm not making a motion either, but it just my 2 cents. Now that we gotten this far, certainly I would think that any amendments you put to the motion should only be, of course, to the benefit of the city and nothing designed to stymie the deal at this point. It sounds like Brett is saying, yeah, as long as it gets passed or whatever, but you can tell by his intonation that like some of this stuff is, I don't know. It seems to me that there's 1 or 2 things that I heard that, could stymie the deal and whatnot, but that's just my personal opinion. So I don't know. Like if I was doing the motion, I'd probably make it as clean as possible. I think the turning lane issue was okay and whatnot, but again, I'll be quiet and listen to what you guys have.
Allison,
Well, in the interest of time, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go, Jana.
I was just going to ask if those turn lanes were actually required, just to clarify from Allison.
Yes, they are required per our design manuals unless a waiver is received by me.
Okay, so we don't need to add that in as a condition.
You don't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to make a motion to approve PL 2020-00209.
With all staff comments.
With all staff comments.
That would be denial.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say it. But we're just gonna let Phil might have had some comments. I don't know.
No, I was thinking more of
That's just a recommendation, not their comments.
Yeah.
Right. Second,
let's start again. Say that again for the motion.
A motion to approve PL 2020-209 with staff comments that don't include denial.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Amber.
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
No.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
No.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Hey, motion carries. Okay, we are now 2.5 hours in, and I would like to try I'm not sure procedurally what this is, how to do this, but I would like to take a 5-minute break and come back. It's 29 right now. Come back at 34, and we'll go again. Is that okay by the commission?
Good by me.
Much appreciated.
Okay, so come back. I'll start again right at 7:34.
Yeah, she's been sitting there watching. She's been listening to the conversation. Okay.
Do you want some dinner?
No, I have 2 minutes.
Okay. I have a boat. I have a donut for you. I have a donut. I got you a donut. I got you a donut.
Okay, I have 7:34, so we're back. Okay, so having postponed item 17 till the next meeting, we're now on item 18, which is the silos at Conway. This is PL 2020-389. Ms. Kennedy. It's a pre-zoning request.
This is a pre-zoning application coming to you from Blake Rice with Barrett Simpson. Let's see. The pre-zoning goes along with the annexation that was on the consent agenda for this evening. They are requesting roughly 24 acres along Wire Road east of the Auburn Soccer Complex to be rezoned from rural, that it would be zoned upon annexation to limited development district LD. Here you'll see the portion of the same property to the kind of south that was previously zoned to LDD in a previous PDD that never commenced. And this was prior to our addition to the zoning ordinance that if a PDD construction does not commence, that it reverts back to the original zoning. So that portion has been left as LDD.
Which is rural, right?
No, that assisted living facility case was kind of a poster child for us remedying that issue. So that one's still LDD, but if that situation were to present itself again today, it would revert to rural.
Okay.
And this is the aerial image showing the area to be rezoned from rural upon annexation to LDD. And the rural nature of the area. Staff is recommending approval, and that is explicitly due to the accompanied PDD case that you'll hear next. Staff does not support rezoning to LDD of this area without an accompanied PDD. We have received quite a lot of communication on these cases, particularly the elements of the PDD, not necessarily on the rezoning, this rezoning itself. And Blake Rice is with us this evening to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to, Blake, what I'm gonna do is open your microphone, and then whenever you, if you need to say something, go ahead and raise your hand, and then we'll take you off mute. But do you have anything you want to say now?
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. All right, so I'll be looking for your hand if you want to chime in at some point, or if we need.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So this pre-zoning requires a public hearing, and again, this is only about the pre-zoning. We'll talk about the PDD and afterwards. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and I'm looking for raised hands by the attendees. If you would like to speak, now's the time on the pre-zoning. Okay, I've got Mr. Charles Branch to start with. Go ahead and unmute Mr. Branch, and then we'll hear you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I had understood that recently the city had adopted a plan in which there would be a new zone, or either is in the process of creating a new zone, which would serve as a transition between rural property and more dense property. And I don't know if that has been officially approved, but that seemed like a reasonable thing for the city to do, to try to have that transition zone. I live on Sunset Drive.
So can you give us your address? I'm sorry, we need your address for the record.
2000 Sunset Drive, and my property is directly behind the people on Wire Road who are more affected by this than some of the rest of us. It's been a rural zone for years, of course, and we're in favor, at least I am in favor, of having a transition zone. If this property were requesting 1 acre lots, which I think is that new category, there'd probably be much less opposition. But I do not believe that we should have this higher density LDD adjacent to rural property. The second part of this parcel, as was mentioned earlier, already has an LDD designation. And that was because when the original proposal was made several years ago to put in an assisted living unit, most of us in the neighborhood thought that seemed like a reasonable thing to do. It would not have affected traffic all that greatly. There would have been, relatively less effect on rush hour traffic. And it never occurred to us that if that project had fallen through, that somehow or another the owners would automatically be able to do something different from what they had proposed. Now, I understand that the city has rectified that for the future,
Yes, sir.
but that does not eliminate the problem for us, and that we're having to live with that. There's not much we can do about that, but I don't think that the city should add to that oversight by letting an additional 25 acres be in that same category. And there are a couple of things on the proposed plat that I might want to address later, but that's my main concern at this point.
Okay. I appreciate the comments. Thank you. Okay. Looking for anybody else that would like to speak on the pre-zoning. Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing now and ask for questions, comments, or motion from the commission. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify the comment about the LLRD zoning that was mentioned as far as the 1 acre lots and the transition. That was a zoning district that was created during the Coxwire Road focus area study, but no properties were actually rezoned during that focus area study to that new designation. So that zoning district does still exist, but that is not what's in place. That would have to be requested to be rezoned for that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Can we just discuss for a minute I don't know that I've dealt with a pre-zoning before in my time. So can we talk a little bit about how that would work? I'm assuming this is just kind of a leapfrog over with the PDD attached to bringing it in as rural and then requesting.
Yeah, with Alabama being a strong property rights state, the state legislature approved legislation some years ago that essentially enabled a property owner to basically get certainty about what their zoning designation would be before they would be obligated to annex.
Okay.
In a normal situation, the reverse is what occurs. You annex and then you rezone, but this essentially gives a property owner the ability to know what their zoning will be with certainty before they have to commit to actually coming into the city limits.
Okay, so without a rezoning, their intent would be to stay in the county. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, Phil, you need a motion?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think it'd be better off in the city limits than out there in the county, and therefore I move that the silos at Conway pre-zoning be recommended to city council for approval.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? All right, seeing no one, Amber, can you give us a roll call vote on PL 2023-89?
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, that motion, that item passes. So now we're on to item 19, which is also silos at Conway, and this is another pre-zoning to a LDD limited development district. This is PL 2020-391. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes. All right, so in conjunction with the previous rezoning, they are now requesting a rezoning of the entire area, which is LDD, to have a PDD overlay. The total area is roughly 50 acres. It is under one family ownership. We put this slide in there. This is the current future land use designations after the Foxwire Road Focus Area Study. The property under consideration is designated as a master plan mixed use. And that is why you're seeing.
Miss Kennedy, can I break in real quick? I'm looking at our agenda, and it looks like we have two different pre-zonings and then the PDD. So we should be on the second.
No, Phil, that was a printing error. I think you have the same case in your packet twice.
Okay. So it's only one pre-zoning and then.
Yeah, the agenda is correct, but the actual packet in its complete entirety had one case put in there twice.
Okay.
So you are actually now on the Plan Development District overlay request.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that up. So this is 391.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So the future land use designation of the subject property is master plan mixed use that was developed during the focus area study. And this future land use designation requires that any applicant submit a master development plan that shows at least two uses. So that is what you're seeing before you today. This is the land use portion of the submitted master development plan showing the residential, commercial, and open space areas. The preliminary plat for the residential component is shown in light blue and is up next on the agenda. The open space, which is within the subdivision, is shown in green, and the commercial component of the master development plan is shown in yellow. The residential portion, including the open space, encompasses roughly 42 acres of the entire 50-acre PDD. The applicant has previously come with proposals for this location of single-family residential subdivisions. I think the original proposal in 2018 was for 131 lots. They are now reduced that size down to 71 residential lots to try and be more compliant with the desire for less intense residential in this area. And the average lot size submitted is 0.38 acres for the residential portions. This is the concept plan for the overall development. You can see the general concept for the commercial development and the subdivision amenities. With this development and the master development plan, the applicant has requested the reduced setbacks incentive for the residential component. This request is for side setbacks of 5 feet for each side. That's a total of 10 feet total side setbacks. The applicant is offering increased open space and parking in the rear for commercial or office use in exchange for that setback incentive. The submitted preliminary plat has conventional lots whose side setbacks would range from 6 feet to 12 feet and a total side setbacks of 15 feet to 25 feet. There is no open space required for conventional subdivision, therefore a 25% increase of open space that is detailed in that exchange within our zoning ordinance would amount to a total of 25% open space for the development. Just to note, to let you all know that the incentive and exchange situation is different from a waiver in that it is not voted on separately from this overall request.
Wait a minute, can you re-say that? You kind of garbled in my, I couldn't hear that last part.
Yes, so the incentive and exchange portion of the master plan development section is basically the developer will offer us something in return for a request of one of the listed incentives. And those incentives in exchange would be approved based on your overall vote. It's not like a waiver where it's a separate
Okay.
vote
But
for
there,
the
but there are 2 waivers in this request as well, right? Setback, is that going to be a waiver or that's not a waiver?
No, that is not a waiver. It's a
The PD, this doesn't get utilized very often. It's probably only been utilized maybe a half dozen times in 15 years. But you have an opportunity to request 2 incentives in return for 2 exchanges. It's kind of like an a la carte menu, like a cafeteria plan.
Okay.
And the other thing that's important about it is, unlike a waiver or a variance, you either meet it and you get it, or you don't meet it and you don't get it. So there's no discretion on the incentive exchange as far as the commission or the council is concerned. So that's why it doesn't need any type of vote in and of itself.
Okay, because we had talked about that at Packet, and I thought we were talking that these were waivers, but you're saying they're not. Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Okay. Currently, no detailed plans have been submitted for the commercial component. But if granted, the PDD overlay, any use that's commercial or office would be conditional use. So anything that would be going into that commercial section would have to come before you again. This is just the aerial that you've seen before, the boundary that shows that total area that would be included in the PDD overlay. You can see the rural nature of the area. With that, planning staff had envisioned a master development plan for this area that was a little bit more diverse and thorough in nature, and that more closely aligned with the outcomes of the Cox and Wire focus area study. However, this current application, as you're viewing it, does meet the minimum requirements for a master plan mixed use future land use designation. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with staff comments. We've received quite a bit of communication on this. I think the primary concerns are traffic and traffic studies. The applicant has developed a traffic study from 2018 when there were 131 lots that were considered. So I think that they're going to work with our engineering department on providing that and reducing it down to the current expectations. The second concern that we've heard a lot of communication about is screening of the subdivision along Wire Road. I've spoken with the applicant, and I believe that they intend to do some landscaping buffer. It required at least a 20 feet buffer along that area, so they can screen with that. With that, I'm available for any questions, and Blake Rice, who is the applicant, is on the line as well.
Okay. And Blake, again, I've got your mic on, so chime in if you need to. Okay, so this is going to require a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. So if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. All right, I'm seeing David Ennis. Go ahead and unmute your mic and we'll hear you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about an issue which is very important because it will have lasting impacts on the neighborhood I live in. My name is David Ennis and I live in the Cadurna Acres neighborhood. I would like to use my time here tonight to summarize the main concerns highlighted in a letter from the residents of the collected neighborhoods surrounding Wire Road. So 52 residents have signed their name to this letter, which includes property owners along Wire Road in the neighborhoods of Tamplin Farms, Cadurna Acres, Sunset Drive, and Talheim Street. Residents from these neighborhoods, in summary, are opposed to the current form of the development proposal for the following reasons I'll explain. First and foremost, we do not believe the new proposal for development is contextually appropriate for the surrounding area, which is overwhelmingly rural. For example, there are properties that are just to the south of the proposed development along Wire Road that are large residential lots, and they're zoned as rural. This is in striking contrast to the typical proposed subdivision lot size on the other side of Wire Road, which is about 0.3 acres, meaning that the houses in the subdivision will be packed very close together. This current proposal represents a very sharp housing density transition from the adjacent rural residential properties that have been in the city for decades. So what we are requesting is that the city requires that any new housing development bordering existing rural residential properties to at least be consistent with the new zoning district, large lot residential district. This limits lot sizes to no less than 1 acre. And this new LLRD zoning category was a byproduct of the recent Cox Wire Road focus area study and is intended to provide a transition between the rural and high density zoning districts. So we believe that while we're not talking about rezoning right now, and we understand this can't be rezoned, that density could still be enforced, at least in the southern end of this housing division. Furthermore, the lack of any specifics about buffering between the new proposed subdivision and Wire Road, there's a bike path right along there, and the existing houses on the other side of Wire Road is a related concern. It appears from the plans that many of the subdivision lots will back right up very close to the Wire Road, leaving no significant amount of green space on the south side of the subdivision and making it an imposing presence for anyone traveling or residing along Wire Road. Finally, the addition of a commercial center directly across from the City of Auburn soccer complex and away from any other existing or planned commercial activity is definitely not contextually appropriate with the surrounding area. Another major concern that is on the minds of many of my neighbors is the significant effect that 71 homes and a commercial center will have on the traffic on Wire Road. This stretch of Wire Road near the Cox Road intersection has been the site of several serious car accidents, and traffic due to the soccer complex already causes serious congestion. We are concerned that the proposed location of the subdivision entrance is very dangerous, and there was no traffic study included in the proposal, at least that we received. We would be very interested in seeing that, but we have not seen a traffic study to assess the need for additions such as a central turn lane or acceleration or deceleration lanes. So even with the anticipated new roundabout, my neighbors still remain very concerned about the congestion and accidents that will additionally result from a large adjacent subdivision and commercial center. So I'll just end here by noting that a copy of this letter that I'm describing has already been emailed to the Planning Commission, but I'd like to know how how the list of 52 residents who have signed the letter can be entered into the meeting record. Is that something that should just be emailed as well, or is there a different?
If you will, Mr. Ennis, if you will email that document to me, we will have it attached to the minutes from tonight's meeting.
Okay, I will do that before the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else? I'm gonna. Okay, I have Marlene Bowman. If you'll go ahead and unmute, we'll be able to hear you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm Marlene Bowman. I live at 3757 Biltmore Lane, which is off Wire Road, but I travel this road daily. I also am in what was considered a rural area. Our area out here was upset by the Briggs and Stratton distribution plant. So I feel for these residents and all of us out here that desire a quieter, more rural area in which to live. As a realtor in Auburn, I sell these homes. I appreciate what everyone is wanting to do and having this planned growth. However, most of the developments that we're seeing now are these quarter acre, third acre lots. And I really would ask for the commission to consider this gravely. We need this transition. We need these 1 acre lots. Not everyone, desires to be in homes that are right next to one another. And when you put that next to people that have lived out here for years, that value their privacy, that value the quietness, it's really going to completely change the landscape out here. And I don't see that at this time that's necessary when you already have so many other developments in the queue. So I would really ask that you consider the letter that Mr. Ennis drafted, that all of us signed. A lot of people probably are not on this call tonight because it is 3 hours now since the start of the Zoom meeting, and it's hard for people to stay on that long. But I would ask for you all to give a lot more thought before voting for this development as it stands now. Please consider changing this to the large lot residential district, and let's see how that works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, looking for others. Michael Robinson. Go ahead and unmute and we'll be able to hear you.
Hello. I have a farm just down literally across the street from the soccer fields. I think that the transition, there's two things. This is a fairly abrupt transition between the large lot zoning, the 3 acre zoning that's out there, and what's being proposed here. But I also have another concern. I have a farm there, and as your zoning begins to surround my farm, I'm going to lose the ability to maintain it as a farm. And the other thing is that I wanted to say, I completely concur with David Ennis's letter. I thought it was very well written. It makes many significant points, but I'd just like to go over one regarding the buffering along Wire Road. The open space that's provided for in the plan is on the other side of the property from Wire Road. And it seems to me that one thing that, if you were going to have this density, one of the things you'd like to have is a fair amount of usable open space between Wire Road and these 1/3 acre lots. So I think that the plan is certainly worth considering, but I think it has a number of fatal flaws that I think that David's letter goes to. I'm sorry, I've been in and out of the meeting here for the last 2 or 3 hours and have not been able to sort of keep up with some of the conversations. But in any case, I would hope that you would find a way to postpone the decision on this until you can get, traffic study done and some other considerations that address the neighborhood's letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any others? All right, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and move on to discussion or motion from the commission.
I actually have a couple of questions for clarification. Half of it was already LDD that was on the corner that was part of years ago that was rezoned and annexed. Correct.
Yes, it was predicated on a master development plan for an assisted living facility that the Planning Commission recommended denial of. The City Council approved it. The PDD went away because it expired and it was left with LDD at the zone. And as I mentioned earlier, that scenario can no longer occur again.
Okay, great. So the pre-zoned and already annexed and now pre-zoned additional half of the property, currently pre-zoned, I guess.
Well, it's zoned. I mean, it's LDD,
It's
right?
pre-zoned. So without a PDD, I think it reverts, correct?
No. The pre-zoning is really just a way to get a certainty of your zoning before you're obligated to annex the property.
Okay, got it. But without a PDD, there cannot be commercial on that corner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So is there a way?
No, they can't. You're right. They can't.
Okay. I was just trying to think through. I agree with, we just came up with this amazing new zoning for 1 acre lots that they're not utilizing, but yet they're doing 85-foot lots.
I need to, let me explain, let me answer your question, but I need to bring up the slide of I need the future land use layer to be brought up, and I can explain that a little bit more because there may be some confusion between land use and zoning, and I think that needs to be clarified.
Okay.
Okay, so this is after much discussion and negotiation and changes. This is the recently adopted future land use plan for the Cox Wire Road area. It is correct. There was no rezoning action initiated nor taken after the focus area study was adopted by the Planning Commission. But I think it's also important to note that where we have designated for transitional 1 acre lots is in that limited residential future land use classification, which resides to the north of the subject property. You have a buffer to the west with the soccer complex. The area that had been this area, this looks a little bit irregular, but I want to tell you why, because the owners of the property here objected to the limited residential future land use classification because they wanted their properties to remain rural.
I remember that.
This is all master plan mixed use, which is why the rezoning to LDD was predicated on a PDD, because a master plan mixed use future land use designation by its very definition is going to require a plan development. So that's why you see this thing coming in and sequencing the way that it is.
Okay. That answers my question. I have one more question about connectivity. I only see, and I know we don't have a full site plan here, and that's fine, but I also know that it's kind of a big deal to us. I realize that they want the 5-foot setbacks in order to give us open space, but there's only one way in and one way out currently, and no connectivity to the side street from residential or the commercial. Is that
good? Very good question. I have an answer for that as well. Stephanie and I met with the applicants in person and by phone earlier today. They have committed to providing a stub out to the commercial.
Can you show us the kind of the representation of that?
Yeah, we'll go back to the plan and Stephanie can show you.
There we go.
We haven't nailed down the specific stub out point, but that's something they've committed to doing, and that can be made a condition of approval when we get to the plat.
Right.
So you kind of got ahead of me, and that's good that you did, because this was something that just happened earlier today. In fact, earlier this afternoon.
Okay.
And you say the stub out's going to go to the proposed commercial
property.
Okay.
Which would also allow them to get to the side street as well.
All right.
I think one of the questions was about a traffic study and the infrastructure in and out of just the Wire Road entrance of the neighborhood. I guess maybe Allison, if you could speak a little bit more to that, requirements that would be if this goes forward.
Yes, if the development is approved, we will And I think that was one of the comments we had on the prior case was when this was submitted before, let me say that, that a traffic impact study will be required. We'll look at the access points. We'll also look at the connections to Wire Road as well as the connectivity to the commercial area.
Hey, Blake has a comment too. Let me go ahead and unmute Blake.
Nanette, Allison, just to clarify on the traffic study.
You're breaking up pretty bad.
How about now?
There you go.
Just to clarify on the traffic study, 18 months ago when this project was submitted with 131 lots, a traffic study was performed and submitted, and it can be updated. And it was, I believe, ultimately approved by the city. So we can quickly update a traffic study for this, but we have one already showing almost double the lots.
Okay.
Hey, Allison, is the road that runs alongside that commercial, is that a public road or a private road?
That is a private road.
And so how do we mitigate that?
One of our comments, and Blake can maybe answer this, was that we need some type of verification that they have authorization to connect to that road. And we usually get those kind of offsite easements or agreements as part of the DRT submittal.
So would they be required to bring that road? And I have to say, I'm not sure what that road looks like, but would they have to bring that road up to the appropriate kind of city standards?
Not necessarily. It can stay.
That might come in and out of that commercial.
Yeah, and that would be something we would want to look at as far as his agreement with the property owner. It could be brought up to city standards, but that would definitely be an agreement between us, the developer, and that property owner.
Yeah, I think potentially if we're going to rely on that as an egress into the development, it needs to probably.
I mean, but we really almost, don't we have to have that agreement to have that commercial in there? Especially, well, I guess we're going to get a, rather than make everybody drive through the neighborhood. I mean, that to me sounds like that's a pretty important.
No, we can.
I see Blake has his hand up. He may have an answer to that question.
Warren, go ahead, Warren.
Well, can we not make it, if we approve, can we not make it a conditional of approval that the commercial, that street has to be made a public street and to public standards up to the access point into the commercial?
Yeah. Hey, Blake, go ahead, Blake.
I'm very uncomfortable having a stretch of private road going to a commercial development. I mean, in our city.
Yeah.
That's unless it's brought up to city standards and it stay a private road, but it has to be up to city standards. I can't go along with that without it doing that.
Agree. Blake, you have something to say about that?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. McCord, if you, and I'm not sure who remembers this from 18 months ago, but it was agreed then that road to that connection point would be brought up to city standards. I should have included that into the master development plan narrative. I guess that's an oversight on my part. The owner of that private road is the same family that owns this, and they are in agreement for that to be done.
All right, now let me ask you, while you're talking about that, the ownership, the property that is taken out, that's out of that this subdivision loops around to the east on Wire Road, is that in the same, is that owned by the same people that's developing the subdivision?
It is not.
It is not. Okay. Forrest, I've got a question. Can I bring it up now, I suppose, since we're talking about that commercial? I'm not excited about giving them the incentive to put bigger houses on small lots or at least violate side yard setbacks and that sort of thing, or to change side yard setbacks for just getting a relatively small amount of more open space when we've, and parking in the rear of the commercial. The question I have is that since this is a PDD, do we not have the authority to approve it, provided only that it have that type of development plan, having parking in the rear of the commercial?
Lauren, I apologize, and it may be because of the hour. Could you repeat that question?
All right. They're requesting an incentive, and in order to get the incentive, which I'm not excited about them having, in order to get the incentive, they're going to give us agree to parking in the rear of their commercial buildings. We like parking in the rear of commercial buildings at front on major streets, and I like that. However, since this is a PDD, do we not have the authority to require that anyway?
I don't know that you do. And as I mentioned previously, with the incentive exchange program being written the way it was, and I think it was written the way it was to try to get people to utilize it. If they meet the requirements, they can pick their incentive, they can pick their exchange, they get it, and they can get up to 2 of those. And that's essentially what they've asked for as part of this proposal.
And well, then let's talk about the incentive real quickly. Okay. The incentive that they're asking for is to be able to reduce side yards significantly. Is that right?
Yes. In some instances, it's not that significant. The greater portion of the lots would require a 6-foot side setback, so the reduction to 5 feet would not be that intense of a reduction. There are sort of varying size lots, and a few of them would require greater side setbacks, and so those lots could become a little bit more clustered looking if the houses were to be placed sort of closer to other houses or just a large house being placed on those lots. But the majority of the lots would require a 6-foot side setback. So the reduction to 5 feet would not be that extreme.
And how much additional open space are they giving for that as well?
They're providing 25%.
25% more?
Well, more than 0, so 25%.
More than 0.
Yeah, it's a conventional subdivision. So what you see on there is
yeah, this is not a performance subdivision.
Okay, so the open space is being given.
Yes, sir, that's right.
And they would not have to do it if we don't give them the incentive.
That's correct.
And the open space, a big portion of that open space is half of that lake. Is that correct?
Yes, but a water body can constitute no more than 25% of required open space. Okay. This isn't even required open space, but even if it were required open space, about half of that lake is on this property or pond, and it's less than 25% of what they're providing.
All right, and one other thing while Blake is on, I think that it seems to me that can you make that open space connected to some way to, without having to go across somebody's property so that you've got one big piece of open space?
Yes. Again, very, very keen observation. We addressed that in our meeting at 1 o'clock today, and the developer has indicated that that they're going to be able to provide some easements or something to make that happen.
Okay.
So the 2 open space lots would not be joining to each other, but mainly what we were interested in seeing was the open space extending or at least providing a public access easement to the east there for those other lots. So they would have access to that main open space lot that will have the pond and the amenity.
Well, you can access through the swimming pool area, through the amenity lot, but it just seems like and there's no lots on that, on the north side of that, well, it's unnamed street, the cul-de-sac, but it would just be nice if we're all connected by, where you could walk or through the whole area up to the lake from down here. But anyway, I know I'm pointing at my screen and you can't see it. Okay.
I think
Yeah, I'll ask Stephanie to point her cursor along that lot where we talked about an easement just to the east of the open space, that high lot up there. That would get the people around that cul-de-sac direct access to that green space.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to accomplish, and we think we can do it.
weren't we also talking about a same type of access on lot 41?
But, you know, when we're talking about easements on these lots and they're only 5 feet from the property line, that's a pretty narrow squeeze for them to go by these houses, whichever lot they choose.
Yeah, well, we haven't gotten to the level of determining the width of the easements, but we just had an agreement in principle. Again, this was in a meeting that occurred about 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, to make it meaningful, the easement needs to be inviting. It needs to be well aware, everybody made well aware and can see that it is a public access easement to the open space.
Absolutely understood and agreed.
Not sneaking across somebody's property.
And in the discussion, we're also talking about lot 41. Is that correct?
That lot was also discussed today. Yes, sir.
I mean, as if it's conventional stuff, how come the setbacks are different for different lots? Side yard setbacks for different lots?
Well, I mean, that's probably more of a question for the developer, but I suspect it's simply to accommodate the different models that they plan on placing and developing in the community.
Yeah,
pure speculation on my part.
No, in the zoning ordinance, you'll see in table 5.1 for conventional subdivisions that the side setbacks and total side setbacks vary based on lot size. There's some thresholds. There's 10 to 19,999 that has certain setbacks. And then it goes up by 10,000 increments up until it reaches 40,000 square feet or greater, and then it's just a set amount. So that's where those varying side setbacks come in.
Is it 40,000 for the total square footage of all the houses?
For each lot.
No, for the lots.
Okay.
Hey, Blake's looking to say something. Why don't we ask him? You can come off mute, Blake. Are you there, Blake? Because he's got his hand raised. All right, I guess he's not. Might have some technical difficulty. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Blake. You just got to unmute your microphone. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and I've got his microphone set. He just has to unmute it so he can jump in when he gets it figured. Okay. Let's carry on with the discussion then. Or do we have
one more question before I shut up? There's a line, it appears, on the back of the lots that are adjacent to Wire Road. I assume that's what, an easement for some kind of screening or buffering or fencing?
That's a 20-foot buffer yard.
And that includes the bike path, right?
No. The bike path's going to be in the right of way. So this is going to be a buffer that they'll have to require on their property.
Okay.
They'll have to provide on their property.
But the buffer is not, it doesn't, by just the way it's designed, it doesn't mean that they're going to screen it. What I'm looking at is.
Yeah, I mean, in most of the developments that I'm seeing that are coming right up these arterials, I think Solomir is a good example. The marketability of those homes is going to dictate some type of wall or fence structure. Most people don't want to have a backyard backing right up to an arterial. So those buffers tend to exceed our requirements just from a valuation preservation perspective.
You want to try it again, Blake?
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I apologize for that. I'm going to go back a couple of quick questions. Record on the northern edge of the lots next to the northern stub out where Stephanie was pointing earlier. If you'll notice the lots in that area that are backing up to the open space, they have a significant amount of additional width to them, and I have room to get a significant access to that open space in that area.
Okay, and it'll be done in such a way that it won't look like these people are traipsing across somebody's property.
Correct. My intention would be not to bring it in right at the edge of one lot, but to create an area that is large enough to actually invite people to utilize it.
Yeah, access.
Yes, sir.
Signage or something. Okay.
And as far as the buffering question goes against Wire Road, absolutely. I can promise you the developer of the property, a single family residential lot that abuts Wire Road to the rear without significant fencing and screening, no one's going to live in those lots. There will be a significant amount of screening done off right of way behind the bike path.
I've got one other question and I'm finished. The time frame of the development, Blake, I trust they seriously intend to build the commercial. And if so, when will that be in terms of the total build out?
I would say that the commercial would lag significantly behind single family residential. It would be a function of seeing what happens in this area and what type of commercial truly fits this area in the future.
Okay.
You're on mute, Nanette, if you're talking.
I was talking. I have one more question. Probably more for Allison, but because this will be more of a new, more intense use on Wire Road, potentially for housing, is there anything that should be brought up or put in staff comments or made a part of the future of this if it passes in infrastructure? Decel lanes, turn lanes, widening of streets, anything like that?
You don't necessarily have to cover that in your motion. We will definitely cover that as part of the development review team process and the review of the updated traffic study.
Okay, and I know this is not a site plan. That was just something I wanted to ask because this is kind of the initial thing out Wire Road after our review study thing. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the density for these houses goes up considerably, of course, from the other zoning, but what would have been the zoning if we'd have required the 1 acre lot, some kind of a different transition in here than these 3 lots per acre type thing?
Yeah, if any of this property had that limited residential future land use classification, it would be eligible for the large lot residential district zoning designation, which is where that new 1 acre transition lot comes in. You may recall that was a major component of the final focus area study, was to get that new land use classification created to bridge that quite large gap between rural and LDD and provide the opportunity for 1 acre transitional lots. But because of this property already being buffered to the west by the soccer complex and being on the edge of the master plan mixed use classification, and the fact that it's got, we purposely located the master plan mixed use along Wire Road, and it gets bigger as you get closer to Cox. That's, you know, it's right, like I said, you're kind of right on top of Wire Road, and it's difficult to me, knowing the change in that area and coming off the heels of a future land use study that's been adopted to really put a whole lot of limited residential right on Wire, right on an arterial.
Okay, but we do not have to approve the incentive. And the reason I mention that, if some of these lots, the setback is only a foot or so, then the developer can adjust to the foot just as easy as we can give it up.
Right, but now, wait a second, Matt, the one thing you said that's not right is you don't have, if they meet the incentive and exchange requirements, you don't have discretion to deny the incentive and exchanges.
Say that again.
You always have the discretion to deny the zoning or recommend denial of the zoning, but the way that incentive exchange program is written, and it was written this way to incentivize people to use it, and we still don't get too many people using it, is if they do it, they get to pick what they want, and they get to pick what they give, and if they need it, they need it. It's black and white.
And that goes with the approval. You either approve it with the request or not.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you either approve the PDD or you don't approve it. You don't act on the incentives at all. And the incentives exchanges will come along with the PDD if you approve it. They will obviously go away if you deny it, or if the council subsequently denies it.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, Blake. You there, Blake?
Yes. I just wanted to clarify, I wanted to make sure Mr. Lazenby's comment or question just then, that we are not asking for a 1 foot setback in any of this. We're asking for 5 foot setbacks as would be shown in a performance subdivision.
Yeah, I understood that. In a lot of cases, the difference between what you're asking and what's required is only 1 foot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. How are we doing for a motion?
One more question, if I may.
Sure.
Having to do with the approval process. Right now, we're looking at what's on my screen is a PDD, but it has the subdivision lots fairly well outlined, but it does not have the layout of the commercial. Therefore, if we vote.
There you go, Warren.
All right, so that would be what we'd vote on, right?
Yes, that would be the MDP.
All right, okay. Because I didn't know if we made a motion, we would require that the commercial take access not off Wire Road. And you're saying this is it, so it shows it taking access off of to the west.
That's correct. That makes your condition unnecessary because it's already accomplished in the master development plan.
Okay, all right. And these other things that we talked about having to do with the easements and the open space connectivity is not necessary either. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's reflected on the master development plan, but I think when you start getting to that level of detail, if there's anything you want to tinker with, you want to handle that during the plat.
Okay.
Which we'll get to as soon as we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval item 19 on the agenda with staff comments.
Second.
Okay, well, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing no one. Amber, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
No.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Now we'll move on to the third, or on to item 20, which is also on the silos, but this one is the preliminary plat for a 73 lot conventional subdivision, PL 2020-387. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes, so I think we're all pretty familiar with where this is and surrounding areas. They're requesting, getting a preliminary plat, requesting approval, submitting a preliminary plat for a 73 lot conventional subdivision. 71 lots are the single family residential and 2 lots are the open space. We talked about it a little bit. Showing you this again, the light blue and the green areas are included in this preliminary plat. This is the actual lot layout and phasing for the subdivision. The lot sizes range from roughly 0.27 acres to 0.73 acres. That's excluding the open space lots. The average lot size being 0.3 acres. And the overall gross density of the subdivision would be 1.68 dwelling units per acre. Just the aerial that you've seen before, showing the area. And I assume that everyone that had communications, or we had communications regarding all of these cases, and I assume that there's probably still quite a few people that are on the line and would like to speak. Staff does recommend approval.
If we approve this, the easements that we've talked about will be shown on the final plat?
Correct.
Yes, sir. Yep,
And the connectivity.
that's correct.
Okay.
Oh, I did want to ask Allison, Wire Road is an arterial or some higher standard, and I think I'm beginning to understand that our standard requirement is for deceleration lanes, regardless of what a current traffic study may indicate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. I'll sleep better tonight.
And again, Blake, if you have something to say, go ahead and raise your hand. All you need to do is unmute your mic and you can speak. Okay, so this is going to require a public hearing. This is a preliminary plat, again, for the 73 lot conventional subdivision. So I'm going to open the public hearing now. And anybody that would like to speak on this, please raise your hand and we'll turn on your microphone. Okay, Mr. Branch, go ahead and come off mute and you can speak.
Thank you. If all your meetings go this long, I don't know how they talk people into doing your job.
This is a long one. This is a long
That's
one.
not easy.
We still got more to go.
I'm sorry, what?
I said we still have more to go.
I know, and I'm going to be able to turn it off, and you can't. One of my biggest concerns, it's already been referred to earlier, is the safety. And when I visit my friends on Wire Road, it already makes me nervous trying to make a left turn out on the Wire Road from their driveways. And this entrance is in a congested area, which is going to have maybe 100 or 200 people all trying to turn left on the Wire Road during rush hour. The city and the state, and I guess the feds, went to a lot of trouble and a lot of expense to put in this proposed roundabout, which would address some of these issues. but I don't see any reason that the entrance to this development could not be put at the roundabout. The property, the adjacent property between what's shown here and the roundabout is all owned by the same owners, at least as I understand it. And the letter that I sent to the commission, I think, shows a screen print of the city of Auburn map showing the property. I think if the entrance could be moved to the roundabout, there would be much less danger for people going in and out because people are already going slow for the roundabout, whereas frequently I see people going 60 and 70 miles an hour down Wire Road. And when they get to the roundabout, they're going to have to slow down, and that would be a much safer location for the entrance to this property. Now, I know that would require some changes, but since it's all in the same ownership, I don't know why that couldn't be done to make it a little bit safer. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, 1 minute, Miss Jackson. Miss Katie Lamar Jackson, go ahead and unmute your mic and we'll be able to hear you.
All right, does that work?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this is Katie Lamar Jackson. We have the property 2225 Wire Road, which is directly across from the Conway property. And I'm curious to know if we're dealing with the traffic issues, if you're going to have deceleration lanes and that sort of thing. Does that not mean that Wire Road then needs to be widened? And if so, what happens to those of us with property on the other side of the road as far as what happened? Do we get property eaten up with that as well? So just curious to know how that works.
Sure, we can ask the city engineer about that. Is that what you have?
That's it.
Okay. Does anybody else would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask our city engineer, Ms. Frazier, if you can kind of address that for us.
Yes, the widening should happen within the existing right-of-way of Wire Road. We obviously don't have a design at this time, but it could be done symmetrically, some widening on both sides or all to one side. And not to sound like a broken record, but that's something we will get when we get the engineering plans.
So hopefully that'll address some of that. Again, as we grow and get more traffic, we're always looking at it. And but it sounds like it's going to be widened within the existing right of way so that you're not going to lose land over it so far. Okay. Okay, that brings us to discussion motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think the plat is too dense, but the staff has recommended approval, and I would make a motion we approve with staff comments and all the other provisions they've got in their recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none. Amber, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Yes.
Jaeger. Thank you. Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
No.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Item number 21, Camden South. This is a revised preliminary plat. And it's PL 2020-399, Mr. J. Howell.
All right, right, you can give you a head to us. We get ahead to where we need to be here. All right. Canby South, this is a preliminary plat request for 64 lots, which includes 61 residential and 3 open space lots on approximately 53 acres. It's located south of the Camden Ridge subdivision in the DDH zoning district in the northwest part of Auburn, just south and west of North Donahue Drive. You see it there in the prox map. This is a site layout, the proposed subdivision. You can see that the three large open space lots meet the requirements that they be within near the residential lots and with the right amount of density. That density is 1.1 dwelling units per acre approximately, and that's less than the 5.5 maximum for this zoning district. And those open space lots account for 25 acres, which is 48%, and exceeds the 30% open space requirement. Pending any of your questions.
Thank you. Okay, this requires a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this preliminary plat. So if you'd like to speak on this, please raise your hand. Okay, I see nobody raising their hands, so I am going to close the public hearing and ask for questions, comments, or a motion from the commission.
Make a motion to accept PL 2020-399 as presented and with staff comments if there.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Amber, roll call, please.
Okay, Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item number 22, Midtown Phase 3. This is a recommendation to the City Council for a conditional use approval. Mr. Kipp.
Sir, this is, property owner is Matthew Portier, Open Opelika LLC. Their authorized representative is Parker Lewis. It's a request for conditional use approval, recommendation to the City Council for multiple unit development consisting of 13 one-bedroom cottages, 4 duplexes, and 5 quads. Staff is recommending approval. And here is the site plan. Happy to answer any questions. I believe Parker may be on the line.
Yeah, Parker, I've opened up your mic, so if you have anything you want to say, just there you go.
Yeah, I'll just here. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, sounds good. I'll leave your mic on until we're done with this case. Okay, this requires a public hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this conditional use approval. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak. Okay, I'm seeing no one, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Let's ask for questions, comments, or motion.
Mr. Chairman, I've got.
Motion to.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Go ahead, Matt.
Except for the physical dimensions of these structures, is that the only thing that keeps them from being defined as student housing?
No, actually, Mac, these are all going to be, not surprisingly, for a number of different reasons. There is a dearth of one-bedroom product in the market right now. This whole phase is going to be one-bedroom units.
Wow.
But that doesn't meet our definition for student housing because our definition is for physical about the structure.
Correct. There are a number of different factors that are employed when determining what's either a private dorm or an academic detached dwelling unit. None of these units qualify as either.
I know they don't qualify, but I think they are, but that's beside the point.
Not, yeah, what I mean is definitionally they are not.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody's gonna make a motion.
Yeah.
That was me. Motion to approve PL 2023-06 with staff comments.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing no one. Amber, can you give us a roll call vote?
Yes. Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Item 23, Donahue Crossing axe throwing. This is a PL 2020-394. It's a recommendation of the City Council for a conditional use approval for an indoor recreation use of axe throwing. Mr. Kipp.
Sure. This is the existing Donahue Crossing commercial master development plan. The request is to add axe throwing tenant space in an existing building here. Staff recommends approval, and I did not receive any comments or feedback from residents. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, do we have the representative that would like to say anything at this point? Okay, let me turn on your microphone, Mr. Selby. Okay, if you unmute, then we can hear you.
I'm just here if anybody has any questions about the facility or and Craig Melton's here representing the proposed tenant, if anybody's got any questions for him.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, this requires a public hearing, so I'm gonna go ahead and open up the public hearing for Donahue Crossing axe throwing. Anybody like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for questions, comments, motion from the commission.
How far away is the nearest bar and grill?
Well, if the cigar bar is still open, I haven't been up there in a while. There's a cigar bar and lounge that's in there.
There are pizza.
You know, well, the one in Columbus actually serves alcohol.
Yeah.
Walking distance.
Okay, I got to ask, what is axe throwing? Just give us a real quick rundown of what do you do with axe throwing?
Well, they have lanes. It's kind of like bowling or gun firing a gun, except you're throwing an axe. But it's not really an axe. It's more like a hatchet. And typically the wall is going to be some type of plywood, and the task is to get the axe to stick.
Now, Forrest, you can't say that without giving us a description difference between an axe and a hatchet. What's it? I thought they were.
Let Mr. Selby tell us.
No, I mean, when I think of an axe, I think of a long-handled axe, right?
I see.
These have a shorter handle on them.
They're hatchets.
Hey, Mr. Selby, give us a little rundown. What does that look like?
Well, like Forrest said, they do an alleyway and it's just like throwing darts, but you're throwing an axe. They'll have a bullseye and they usually have an attendant for each lane that goes and retrieves all this stuff for you. So nobody's getting injured or, nobody's, it's kind of like shooting guns. Nobody's supposed to be in the danger area when an axe gets let loose, I guess.
Yeah, stay away from downrange when the flag's up. I got you.
That's right. Yeah.
Holiday party here, Phil.
All right. Okay. Well, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve agenda item number 23 with any and all staff comments.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Amber, roll call vote, please.
Bridges. Robin.
Who'd you ask for
Robin,
there?
are you there? Ask for Robin.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry, you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chancellor.
Yes.
Jaeger.
Yes.
Lazenby.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
McCord.
Yes.
Reese.
Yes.
Reitenbaugh.
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, item 24, Gay Street Development. This is PL 2020-401, which is a recommendation to the City Council for a conditional use approval for a commercial entertainment use, a grocery store on Gay Street. Mr. Kipp.
Property is owned by Multi-Oval GS LLC. Their representative is Lee Tharp, LBYD Incorporated. As you stated, it's a request for a recommendation to City Council for a grocery store. Subject property is zoned urban core, and it's within kind of the close distance to Tumor's Corner. Here's the site plan showing the Publix grocery store would be located in this large building. The main entrance would be along here. They would have approximately 5,000 square foot of retail along Gay Street. That have its own access off of Gay. All the architectural elements, they did submit elevations. These will be subject to review by the DDRC. Staff is recommending approval. And happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have a representative by chance? Looks like I have a couple of names, or there's, I'll start with Scott Warren. If you have something to say, go ahead. All you need to do is unmute. Well, wait a minute. So Scott, is it Warren? Warren?
Yeah, that's correct. So you've got me unmuted?
Yeah.
Well, great. Hey, good evening or almost good morning to you guys.
Is Mr. Tharp with you? Or I mean, you guys?
Yeah, so
I'll unmute him too.
Sure. I'm Scott Warren with Daniel Corp out of Birmingham, and I'm representing the LLC as the development lead. And Mr. Tharp with LBYD is on the call, as well as our architect, John Pauly from Nelson, for any questions. So we're here and happy.
Okay, I'll go ahead and leave your mics activated until we're done with this case. So, okay, I'll save for myself. I am just thrilled to death to see this coming into town. Need a good time to make it happen. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this to start with. And if you'd like to speak about this item, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing no one. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, ask for questions, comments, or a motion.
I got a question. How many parking spaces are they required to have per 1,000 square feet?
Zero.
Zero, yeah.
Well, that's a whole lot less than what they require in the offices out yonder. But okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
Because it's in the
I'd move for approval of item 24 with staff comments.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Amber, give us a roll call vote, please.
Got it. Bridges.
Yes.
Chancellor,
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes, yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Wrightenball,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Let's move on to item number 25. This is Guthrie's Restaurant, PL 2020-407, and this is a recommendation for a conditional use. It's a drive-through at the fast food restaurant. Mr. Howell.
Yes, that's correct. It's a road service use, fast food restaurant specifically proposed to be located at 200 North College Street, which is the current site of the former Bernie's and former South Bank at the corner of North College Street and East Glen Avenue. You see it highlighted here. It's actually part of the development site itself is about a little bit less than 1 acre and consists of 3 separate lots, which is a little unusual. But the facility is there. It exists as is. It's in the urban core with the College Edge Overlay District on top of one of the 3 lots, which is represents the part of the parking of the site. Quick, this is a rendering provided that would show generally what is already there. Their proposal includes mostly interior work with some facade treatments. If there was any kind of facade treatments, that would be have to be reviewed by the DERC. There's some comments that we have included that speak to the need to, if this were to be approved, then it would need to be integrated into the pedestrian networks that are around it, given its location. Here's a site plan of the restaurant. You can see here where the lot this is the lot with parking that is College Edge Overlay District, followed by the rest. The way it currently sits, the drive-through would be on the northern side of the site. Cars would stack along the back and come along between the restaurant and the adjacent property before coming out onto North College. The downtown master plan did consider the possibility of drive-throughs in the downtown core, and it talks about some of the considerations that would need to be taken if that was to be the case. Incidentally, this site, while we acknowledge this might not be the most ideal use for this, the drive-through as it currently sits meets a lot of the considerations that we would look for in the unique circumstance where a drive-through would want to go. It's in between buildings, and so it's a little more out of sight. Vehicles stacked to the rear and behind. And so on those properties, or at least given those circumstances, it does have some benefit if it were to be approved. There would be plenty of conversations left to be had regarding traffic, which one of the comments from engineering is that a traffic impact study would have to be required, and that right in, right out on East Glen would be required, and it's potentially the same might be required on North College, pending any findings from that impact study. The restaurant itself is a little less than 5,000 square feet. And like I said, essentially mirrors the current footprint. Here's the aerial. You can see the development around it. It's pretty well built up. As everybody knows, this is a very familiar area of town. Staff is recommending approval, and we have received some communication on it, not so much in opposition to the use. However, there is a lot of concern about the drive-through, understandably. Any of your questions, Seth?
We have a representative here.
We do. I believe that Parker Lewis is still in line.
Go ahead. I assume you want to go ahead. You can.
Yeah, Phil, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Jay did a good job of introducing this one. Only thing I'd like to sort of echo a little bit of what he said. If you look at that site plan, there's several things that aren't fully realized or contemplated yet. We know we've got to address the sort of pedestrian connection. Several of those parking spaces along the front of the building by the handicap spaces are going to be removed, and there'll be some outdoor seating. We know in the urban core that parking lots have to be screened. So there's some coordination that we'll have to have with planning and with engineering relative to some landscaping and some screening of the parking, while also still trying to work together with the pedestrian network and some outdoor seating. So there's some things we've got to work through. I know we've had a long meeting, so I'll just be quiet and be available for any questions and answers.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll leave your microphone active until we're done. Okay, this requires a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this use. So anybody that would like to speak, please raise your hand and we will recognize you. Okay, to start with is Margaret Young. You should be able to unmute and speak now.
Yes, I'm used to Zoom. This is how we have court now. So anyway, I'm Margaret Young Brown. My grandfather built the Freewheeler building, which was formerly his general store and then Young's Laundry in 1937. I have the pleasure of being there now, and I've been there since I was 6 years old.
Can we get your address, please?
Yes, 214 North College Street, Auburn, 36830.
Okay, thank you.
Since September of 1982, I practiced law in the upstairs. I used to love the Planning Commission. I worked for the Auburn Bulletin under Paul Davis, and I covered it constantly.
You used to love us?
I'm sorry?
You said you used to love the Planning Commission.
Yes, I try to stay out of these things these days, but I'm totally against a drive-through restaurant there. That particular intersection is, of course, school right now is not as in as we wish it was, but it's just unbelievably a heavy traffic area. There are just so many drawbacks to that type situation. If it was a restaurant like what's across the street, but bringing in traffic to that location, I think it's dangerous coming off Glen, going on to College. Right now, people go out on Glen from there, and that's a really area that's hard to get out. I think that type restaurant, and I love Guthrie's, don't get me wrong, but I'm sorry that the AmSouth Bank closed and they didn't make Regions take that instead of its little building up the street, but I just think it really would detract from the area. I've not been happy about my new zillions of neighbors, but we're trying to learn to live with that. But I just think that Guthrie's there would present all sorts of problems. There's not parking if people are stopping and going in. There's not a good traffic flow there. We're still under so much construction. West Glen is a severely overworked street. And I just think that it would just add so much to it. I'm totally against it. I own 1 foot on that side of my building. My building pretty much covers my entire lot. And it's, it needs a use. I get that part. But if it was foot traffic only, but a drive-through, really a difficult thing. That's really all I have to say. I didn't find out about this. I got certified mail like yesterday or the day before. I'm usually not awake this late, but
Neither
but
am I.
again, and I admire y'all for going all through this. I hope this is the last thing on the agenda, and I will just leave you with the thought that you know, the downtown area has really changed since 1982 when I opened my office there. But I think that we need to get away from just adding whatever might happen along. I love Guthrie's. I go to Guthrie's a lot, but there is a chicken place on every corner in Auburn, and that's a corner that really does not need one.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you so much.
All right, I appreciate it. Let's see, Mr. Stone Ray, go ahead.
Hey, Phil, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
So good evening. And I'm going to give my new address at 1820 3rd Avenue North, Birmingham, Alabama. And I just wanted to add tonight, I wanted to say, please consider the negative impacts of any additional drive-through uses in the urban districts. This building is already a non-conforming structure in the urban core, and adding a drive-through use to it would make it more so of a non-conforming use in the urban core, especially the College Edge overlay district. And I don't particularly understand why staff would recommend approval of this in principle. You know, I realize that it is not an ideal use that was mentioned in the explanation of the proposal, but I don't believe that we achieve ideal uses by approving uses that are opposite of the vision laid out in the downtown master plan, which in my opinion specifically laid out a vision that removed these uses over time in favor for more urban frontages. And by the way, I think everyone understands that this this parcel, or this 3 parcels on this corner, you know, can be seen as a perfect spot for an urban redevelopment scenario. And the reason, other than it being having 3 parcels, you know, the reason we probably haven't seen an urban redevelopment proposal here is because of our parking requirements and such a small piece of land that it has, making that extremely difficult, which has now resulted in more of a suburban situation. So I just wanted to outline those scenarios and express my distaste in adding another drive-through use and in a specific district of the city where we do not envision them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and then ask for questions, comments, discussion, motion.
Yeah, I'd like to, I didn't hear everything, I didn't understand everything Jay said, so he may have touched on this. But as I look at this, the stacking space is totally insufficient. We've all lived through the nightmare of the Chick-fil-A on Magnolia. And, you know, Bob did everything he could, but there was just no way of, you know, now, of course, major change. But the point is, we're going to have cars sitting in Glen Avenue in traffic with this short, you know, unless they can redesign and triple the stacking space, we've got a real problem here. And I could not support this with that limited stacking space. Thank you.
Phil, this is Jay. May I make a quick statement?
Sure.
I just wanted to point out that recommending approval or denial entirely up to y'all, obviously. However, I will point out that the downtown master plan does not prevent or preclude drive-throughs in the downtown area. It does say that they are allowed, could be allowed under specific circumstances. So I'll just say that.
And that's why we have a conditional use approval for this right now.
Let me just get my personal opinion. I like what Bob just said and everything, but and I don't know who else would say it, you know, as far as the way I would say it, but a Guthrie's is not a Chick-fil-A. They're not, and I don't mean that in any really bad way. It's just that the stacking, they're not going to get the volume. Well, they might, but in general, they probably won't get the volume that would have cars rolling into the streets and all that. I mean, that is something to look at and something to think about. We have to remember we're probably not going to see the same thing, which was a disaster in the old Chick-fil-A, where you had cars on the street, you couldn't go around them or whatnot. I mean, that could happen, but like I'd be surprised. And to me, it's not the same volume generator. But you know, you never can tell. Maybe it will, you know, just will be way outside of what normally you'll see at a Guthrie's. Yeah. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
Marcus,
to maybe
Marcus, I would add to that. Sorry. I was just going to say, I would add to that, Marcus, that the current, I hope you guys can hear me, the current Guthrie's that is in the gas station across from Glendine has a drive-through, and that it's never ever been an issue, and nothing against Guthrie's, that they're not the same as Chick-fil-A, but they've never had issues of cars going out into, you know, that main thoroughfare there on Dean Road. So I don't think it's a realistic concern for them, especially when this one will have pedestrian access that the current one doesn't really. I mean, nobody's walking to the current Guthrie's on that corner.
Go ahead, Jana.
Well, I know there's a couple of different property owners on this site. Guthrie's does not actually own this property, so I was just hoping maybe Parker might be willing to talk a little bit about the development challenges on this corner, considering we have two different property owners for one site and neither one of them really want to sell. So, you know, we've got a business making some significant probably investment in a building, but in land that they don't actually own too, and why they might need that drive-through kind of post-COVID, don't go inside anywhere anymore.
Can you address that, Parker? Your microphone's, there you go.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and address a couple things. Yes. Let's talk a little bit about drive-through, and then I'll also talk a little bit about what Jana was discussing in terms of the sort of current property ownership. I think Marcus and Robin kind of hit on the head. There's a good bit of difference between the nature of Guthrie's and the nature of Chick-fil-A. You know, there's one Chick-fil-A in town. I mean, there's the one at the mall, but there's only one Chick-fil-A with a drive-through, and that's the Magnolia Chick-fil-A. And the Magnolia Chick-fil-A really behaves exactly like the Chick-fil-A in Tigertown and the Chick-fil-A in East Chase and the Chick-fil-A in Noonan, Georgia, which is they have about 20 to 30 cars at all times in the drive-through. Some of that is because of the way sort of Chick-fil-A's corporate structure is. You know, like I said, there's one Chick-fil-A. This will be the third Guthrie's in Auburn. There's one at the intersection of Donahue and East University Drive. There's the one at the intersection of Glen and Dean. And so if you live in Camden Ridge, you're not going to drive into downtown to go to this Guthrie's. Your Guthrie's is at the corner of Donahue and Chug, right? And so I think there's a lot of difference. There's a reason why the Guthrie's at Dean Road doesn't extend out into Dean Road. Cars have never been a problem at that location. So let's talk about our current location that we're proposing here at, in the urban core. Right now in the current configuration, that could hold 11 or 12 cars before it would stack out into Glen. And that's really not including some modifications to the drive-through. If we made folks drive around the building before they started to queue into the drive-through line, we could probably have 20 or 25 or 30 cars with this same exact layout with just a little bit of modification. If you turn in off of Glen, there's 2 lanes, 1 lane to get into the drive-through, 1 lane to sort of circle around to the parking spaces. And so we can configure this thing to where we could have 20 cars, even though or 25 cars, even though we know that's not going to be an issue. So there is some, getting back to sort of Bob's sort of, I think, point is there is a mechanism for increasing the drive stacking if that's an issue or if that ever comes into play. Back to, I think, what Jana was asking about the property, and Jay touched on it. The front property adjacent to North College is owned by the Mason family. They've owned the property for a long time. The middle parcel where the building is and the eastern parcel are both owned by the Meager family. And I think they've owned the property for about 75 years as well. It's the old dollhouse, which then became the Flush, which then became AmSouth. So they've owned the property for a long, long time, and they're not selling the property. So right now, I think the front parking lot is leasing some parking spaces to Live Oaks, the bar and restaurant across the street. I think we're also leasing some parking spaces to Domino's employees. So back to what Stone Ray touched on, we definitely acknowledge this is not the best use of this property long term, and at one point maybe the owners will merge this together, or they'll sell the parcels so that it could be redeveloped in a better urban sort of form than what we're currently dealing with, which is definitely a suburban form. But likewise, I think to the Live Oaks development and to the Waffle House, those also aren't really sort of the highest and best uses. But we as a community, I think, have benefited from both of those developments as sort of interim developments until larger parcels could be sort of cobbled together for more of a true urban redevelopment. So I hope that answers that question, and be happy to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Parker. Okay, well, I'd like to have a comment about this. I'm completely against this drive-through in this location. I went through and started looking through Auburn's urban core. There's a planning document, the downtown master plan, and they talked about what kind of traffic is in this area. Between this corner and Toomer's corner, there's just an amazing amount of daily traffic. And this was back in 2014 when this plan was put together. They were talking about right there on Glen, as you're going through that intersection, 17,000 cars daily average traffic, when school's in. And so, we can sit here and I think we can quibble about stacking and quibble about, it's going to be short term and that sort of thing. But to me, it's principle. We are at a point now where we got to turn the corner and get to this. This is an urban area now, and we need to get people out of their cars. We do not want to have any reason for people to have to drive their car and sit in a stack and go through that downtown. We want them all out of the cars, and we want them to walk it. Now that's a really significant change, but we got to start somewhere. And to me, this is one of those, we just have to do it and deny this one. That's my 2 cents worth.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask Parker if we could. What scenarios do you have to increase in stacking up to 20? Is closing the entrance off of Glen Avenue one of them, and how practical is that to help this situation?
Yeah, Mac, I don't think it would be closing that Glen. One of staff's comments for the Glen driveway was to make it a right in, right out. And so I think what we would do, if you look at the site plan, I don't know if the site plan can be pulled up, but if you look at the site plan, there's 2 lanes when you turn in off of Glen. Both of those lanes circulate around the building. And I think what we would do is we would put a divider between those two lanes such that if you turned in off of Glen, you have to go all the way around the building before you get into the queuing lane. And that would really put, you know, that would force the queuing line to really go from the window and wrap sort of all the way around back towards College Street, which would be, you know, clearly be, you know, 25 plus vehicles. And you can see how there's sort of two-way traffic along Glen as well. So that two-way traffic would kind of go away, and what you would have is you would have basically one lane that would be drive-through, and the other lane would be, you know, an exit onto Glen for the right in, right out. And I would like to point out, I understand completely, Phil, where you're coming from. Over the years, I've lost drive-throughs on urban core projects when we requested one for the Tropical Smoothie project, and that didn't happen. I think it is important. I mean, I get what you're saying. I think it is important to note, though, that the principal need for the drive-through is really as a mechanism for capturing the vehicles, the 17,000 that are already there. You know, likewise, you know, I don't foresee someone driving into our urban core to go to this Guthrie's drive-through when they could go down the street to a much easier drive-through, which is the Dean drive-through. However, in this sort of, you know, post-COVID world, for my client to spend a lot of money to convert a bank into a restaurant, we're just not going to be able to do that without drive-through service and pickup service. I mean, we're going to have some curbside, and we're going to have all of those things. Now, look, the neighbor mentioned how many college kids live down in this location now. It's definitely changed, and we fully realize that we're going to capture a tremendous amount of walk-up traffic. We know that's the case. We're going to have some outdoor seating because of that. But at the same time, we've got to have a drive-through in this sort of current age.
Thank you. Parker, you certainly do professional work, and over the years, I've grown to appreciate what y'all do more and more. It's a real quality, but I'm concerned, even at your best, putting a divider in here, there's going to be some not so bright driver turn right, and he finds out he can't get in the drive-through lane. He's just going to stop there and block traffic till somebody lets him in, and that may make it worse then. And I sympathize with Phil, and I totally agree with Bob. I don't think I can approve it with any entrance access off of Glen. I think we've got to just shut it off and make them go around the building and get in the queue. And that's kind of my sentiment. That space has been left empty for a long time, and downtown needs some activity on that corner. Whether this is totally appropriate or not, I think it's worth a try if we close off that access to Glen. Thank you.
Hey, somebody help orient me on East Glen. Which direction? If I'm driving on East Glen, what side of the? I guess. Hold on. Let me try to think where I am. I know where this property is.
Station. It's on the right.
Say again.
It's on the right.
Up Glen from the police station. It's on the right.
Thank you.
You're
welcome. Thank you.
It's late. We've been doing this a long time.
A long time.
Yeah, it's right there on the corner of Glen and, is it Gay or College? College.
Yeah, you're like almost at a railroad tracks.
We're across from Live Oaks.
The Baptist church is across the street.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Okay. Right.
So Glen would make a good right turn only entrance, and College would make a good right turn only exit if you didn't feel the need to wrap.
And otherwise, what you were talking about is that if you close that entrance altogether, in either direction, you couldn't come on East Glen, but you'd have to essentially, before you got to East Glen, turn left on North College and then right into the development.
I think yes, if you were coming from that direction, if you're coming the other way, you turn right and turn right again. But you got the concept perfectly. Yeah. Just eliminates the possibility. They may not have enough traffic, but you as soon as we allow that, business to go pick up or something, we just don't want another Magnolia Avenue stacking problem up in here. And I think that's the only way really to eliminate it. And that's the only way I would really be in favor of it, as much as I'd like to see some development on that corner.
So Matt, are you suggesting the only entrance period to be on College Street?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's not a bad idea.
And then you could exit onto Glen, but you could not enter.
Oh, okay. See, my thought was enter only from Glen and exit to college.
Parker, did you ever speak on that? I know that, trust me, I know of drive-throughs and whatever. What's your feeling on that? If that's what it took, I'm not saying it is what it takes. I'm just saying if that's what it took, we had to close off the East Glen. I know that's not something you want to do, but as far as your client, is that something that would kill the deal if we end up doing that, or what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I would need to talk to my client about that. I don't know. I don't know that it would necessarily kill the deal. I mean, if they're able to still get the drive-through, I do, just from a traffic standpoint, I do have a little bit of concern that if you are coming down Glen and the only way into the site is College, then you're sort of making everybody go around the corner as opposed to just, getting off the road into the site. So would no entrance on Glen be better than, entrance only off of Glen and exit onto College? I don't know. I know Allison Frazier and engineering has commented that a traffic study would be needed and that some analysis would clearly be needed. So we could definitely work together with engineering to sort of work through that. But it would be, right now it's hard for me to really say that eliminating the Glen. If you eliminate Glen, then yes, you eliminate the possibility of a dozen cars extending out into Glen. But at the same time, have you really improved traffic flow if you make everybody go to College? I think that's the question. I think a bigger point would, for me, at least personally, as someone who's been through the Dean Guthrie's drive-through a bunch of times, that like I said, that never backs out into Dean. So we absolutely don't feel like we're ever going to have more than 10 cars in the drive-through. If that happens, we definitely feel like we have a mechanism to change things to where we can force folks to go around the building. I don't ever think it would be a problem with the configuration we're showing. If it became a problem, unlike the Chick-fil-A, who had really, that was a problem for years and there was no way to solve and fix that problem. We absolutely have a way to fix a problem in the future or change some traffic patterns in the future if it is a problem.
Why don't you fix it now?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, make a motion.
I would move to approve item 25 on the agenda with staff comments, provided the entrance on Glen Avenue is eliminated.
You kind of broke up a little bit.
Yeah, I did. Let me shut it on. All right, is that clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move to approve item 25 on the agenda with staff comments with the inclusion that the entrance off of Glen Avenue be eliminated.
But the exit still exists?
Yes, sir. A right turn only exit.
Okay, do I have a second? Going. Going. No second. All right, dies on the table. Let's have another motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Motion, we
approve
approve it. Oh,
Go ahead,
go ahead, Jana.
staff comments.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
What was the motion? It broke up.
It's just to approve it as is.
With staff comments.
Staff comments.
And will not that still allow the engineering to get with them to make sure that they have analyzed it thoroughly, to include looking at that left turn out on College? I think that's not going to work, but other than that, I'm fine.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Amber, why don't you give us a roll call?
Klasu, Bridges,
Yes, ma'am.
Chancellor,
No?
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
No.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
No.
Birmingham.
No.
Oh, well, how many was that? Was that 5-4?
That was 5-4, yes.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, let's go to item number 26, Mimosa Cottages. This is PL 2020-408, which is it's a recommendation of City Council conditional use approval for a cottage housing development. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes. So here you can see the surrounding area. It is near the intersection of Mimosa Avenue and North College Street. The area is currently zoned as a redevelopment district. And the surrounding area is a mix of single family and multifamily residential. This is the submitted site plan for the conditional use. The developer is proposing 7 cottages. They'll be 2-story, kind of 1.5, 2-bedroom cottages, approximately 970 square foot each. The proposed road, as shown here, would take access from Mimosa Avenue and be one way and exit to North College Street. And that is determined by the zoning ordinance that a cottage development cannot take access from an arterial street. So in order for this to be approved, it needs to be one way from Mimosa. With this application, the developer is also requesting 2 waivers to be considered by you this evening. They are for the buffer yards and the required open space. This diagram shows what the buffer yards are required based on the zoning ordinance. And the request is that these buffer yards be reduced down to 5 feet on all sides. And the open space for this portion, so the open space for this development is shown here. They are requesting a waiver. Traditionally, a performance development in an RDD zone would be required 20% open space. They're requesting that amount be lowered to the special development standards for cottage housing, which would require 500 square feet of open space per cottage, which would make this requirement 350 square feet, which they are providing. They're actually providing around 4,400 square feet, so they're over that as well. Staff recommends approval of the waivers due to the narrowness of the lot. And we have received we recommend approval for the overall development as well. We have received multiple communications, 3 specifically that I am aware of regarding this site. The main concerns were traffic flow and access, and I think that it may not have been made very clear that these will be accessed off Mimosa Avenue rather than North College, because it does state in the ordinance that they can't take access from the arterial. Another concern was the parking. Traditionally, cottage style housing state that the parking must be either clustered together or positioned in the rear of the cottage home. But again, due to the narrowness of this site and the additional 5 spaces of parking provided, as you can see near the open space, we saw fit to go ahead and review the plan and recommend approval with the parking next to the cottages. Another concern brought up from communication from the public was regarding the density. So the future land use designation does see that this area would have an 8 dwelling units per acre density max. Overall, this development of 7 cottages on 0.72 acres would equal out to a 9.72, I believe, gross density, which is over that future land use. However, since they're only proposing these 7 cottages, we still recommend approval. And Parker Lewis is the applicant, and he is on the line for any questions.
Okay. And I left your microphone active there, Parker, if you need to talk. Okay, this requires a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for Mimosa Cottages, PL 2024-08. Anybody would like to speak, please raise your hand. All right, seeing no one, I'm going to go back to the commission for questions, comments, or a motion. Close the public hearing, by the way.
Phil, I've got a question just in general.
Okay.
And maybe go to Mr. Cotton on his recommendations. Is that a recommendation of just the planner that reviews this, or is that a consensus of the planning department?
I review every letter of this packet. So everything that comes out of this department is a collective recommendation from the department.
Thank you. Can we approve the cottage homes and not approve the waivers, take those separately?
Yes, we can.
Sure. Yeah, you can do what you want with those.
Would you like to make a motion then in that way?
Only in the interest of time, I'll move to approve item 26 with staff comments for the cottages, but do all of the waivers separately.
Okay, so it's a motion to approve the conditional use, and then we'll look at the waivers next. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so I have a motion.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion about that motion? Okay, seeing none. Amber, can you give us a roll call?
Okay. Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Breitenball,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. So let's deal with, let's see, we're looking for the page that has the waivers on them. I'm not seeing them. Stephanie, can you help me out? Which page are we talking about on the waivers? What are they?
I would go to page 3.
Yes.
Three? I'm just not seeing them.
Yeah, the staff analysis under letter B, staff comment.
Under B, okay. So is that, let's see, that's 2 of them. So let's have, let's see.
Yeah, one's buffer yard related, one is open space related.
Okay, yeah. So the open space one's first. Let's, do we want to have a motion on that? Or do we need some
Have
discussion?
some discussion and hear from the applicant or their
Okay.
representative about the
Okay.
reason for the waivers before we make a motion.
Sure.
Can I speak to the open space just because I'm somewhat responsible for this one?
Sure.
We have spent, when I wrote the cottage housing development regulations, I wrote some special development standards, and one of them was that they had to provide 500 square feet of open space per cottage. The intent being that when you added up the cottages and that open space, that would essentially be what, and this is a cottage housing development, but it's not the prototypical cottage housing development like what Kazanaban did down off of South Gay, where you've got cottages wrapping around a common area. Each one of those 500 square feet was designed to contribute toward that common area. And that's the case here, but there could be an interpretation made that that is to be added to the standard percentage of open space required by the district. That was not my intent. My intent was for 500 square feet per unit only. So to the extent that it could be interpreted that it's 500 square feet plus the 15% open space required by the district, to me would be excessive and counterintuitive to what we're trying to accomplish with this development type. So I'm not telling you how to decide. I'm just giving you some background and essentially letting you know that, in my opinion, as the author of the regulations, I believe that waiver is warranted.
So the narrowness of the lot kind of requires that open space to be put all down at that one corner.
Yes, ma'am. And they're kind of going for a little bit of a different look here, where you kind of have these little side streets, and you've got kind of the smaller housing wrapping around. So it's just an alternative design. It's still cottage housing.
Well, when you're doing infill, sometimes that, you don't always get the perfect rectangular lot that you hope you might get.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then you want to have Parker address the buffer yards?
Well, I can do that as well. I mean, really, this was just the case of us looking at, not only is this almost an ideal redevelopment area, the area is already being redeveloped. And then in addition to that, while the units are somewhat smaller, they're generally surrounded by like use, or quite frankly, apartments. So I'm hard pressed to figure out why we need to have 15-foot buffer yard in a land use scenario like this one.
Okay.
Do we need to make motions on these individually or together?
I would recommend it. I can go ahead and take each one by one.
Okay, I'm willing to make a motion to approve the waiver to the open space requirements for PL 408.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Amber, can you give us a roll call on this?
I will. Bridges,
Yes, ma'am.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
No.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries. Do we have a motion on the buffer yards waiver?
I'll move to approve the buffer yard waiver. it does say that the buffer yard may be smaller, but it still requires a number of plantings, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Amber?
Bridges,
Yes, ma'am.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
No.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese.
Yes.
Breitenball,
Yeah.
and Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Item 27, Tiger Corners Master Signage Plan. It's PL 2020-410. Miss Robison.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening.
I'm gonna get it.
You will, and it's late in the night, so thank you. This is a request from MCH Auburn LLC for a master signage plan for the Town Place Suites and Tiger Corners development down on South College in the 1100 block of South College. It's zoned SCCD. And the Town Place Suites was constructed a couple years ago. And I don't have an existing sign of a picture of their existing sign, but they have a low monument sign on their property on that little knockout on their property right here. And this is a entrance drive into this development. Let's get to the aerial. So you can access through to Donahue through this access drive. And the request is to have a freestanding sign, just one, for these two properties, and it locates in the location where the current Town Place Suite sign is. And this is just an alternative to needing a variance for an off-premise sign. The sign is just over 100 square feet. And one of the incentives of a master signage plan is to allow 130% of what's allowed. So they are allowed 130 square feet. And I believe this one is just under 110 square feet. And the shops at Tiger Corners will not have a freestanding sign on this property. It will utilize just this one sign for both developments. And we do recommend approval, and I believe Courtney Brown with Effective Signs is patiently waited until the very end of this long meeting.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna open your mic just so you could say something. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. It's my bedtime already.
Oh, mine was hours ago.
Yes, thank you for having me here. So yeah, Katie pretty much covered everything. We're just wanting to have one sign to kind of cover both of these properties. It does go under the square footage, but you know, it's going to be utilized in that it's going to have a lot more visibility, and you know, people will be able to see where the entrance is a bit better and know more of what's over there, because Town Place Suites is going to be, it's further back in the property. So you can't really see it unless you see it on that monument. So you see how it's back behind that other lot. So yeah, we're just proposing this get approved, and yeah, so we can get it going.
Okay.
Never done one of these before.
Okay. No, you did great. Thank you. Okay. Well, this does not require a public hearing, so this just goes to the commission for any discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve 27 as presented.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Amber, go ahead.
Okay, Bridges,
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Chancellor,
Yes.
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item number 28, Bridle Creek Subdivision Phase 1. This is an appeal of denial of the engineering, design, and construction manual waiver. Mr. Crowdis.
I got it. I think he may be asleep.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, this is an appeal to Bridle Creek subdivision. They submitted 2 waiver requests a little while back one for a right turn deceleration lane and a left turn lane, as well as the requirement to construct sidewalk along Sand Hill Road. The information is in your packet. I won't regurgitate it. And I think Brett Baskin is on the line and wishes to make a statement. I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, I've already turned on his microphone. Go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, Logan, can you add that presentation I was going to do? This is the overall, that is the overall site. The first phase that we're doing is about 32 acres and it's 7 units. This is a rural 3-acre minimum lots. And we have a cul-de-sac coming, there we go. The red outline is phase 1, which is about 32.5 acres. It's 7 lots. These are 3-acre minimum lots, and most of these lots are well over 3 acres. The next phase is phase 2, is that area in blue. It's probably another 50 acres, and it's another 14 lots. So total lots is 21 out of plus or minus 80 acres. And like I said, this is a rural subdivision. And looking at this, you know, we felt like every intention that the phase 2 driveway would probably require a turn lane. If you look at this overall driveways, can you go to the next slide, Logan? There we go. So this is the overall site. You know, in regards to the right turn lane, there's going to be nobody coming from Beauregard kind of going into this development. Everybody's going to be coming to and from Sand Hill to either Mill Creek or 140 or South College to the west. So everybody's going to be coming and entering from that direction. So the right turn lane didn't make much sense for us. Now, what has happened was when we were doing that, they granted a waiver to remove the right turn lane, but add a small left turn lane. In the overall grand scheme of things, the volume is so low out here at 3,000 cars per day that you know, the required turn lanes don't even show up on the charts to determine when turn lanes are required. You know, on a 7-lot subdivision, we're talking about 5 left turns into this site or into these 7 lots during the afternoon peak. Of course, you'll have, you know, people coming out of that subdivision in the AM peak, but you know, the traffic generated by a 7-lot subdivision is very little, and it just didn't make make sense. I mean, the cul-de-sac that we're building for the first phase is only about 400 feet, and the cost of the offsite improvements, whether we're adding a right turn lane or a left turn lane, pretty much amount to about the same cost it is to build the street for this rural 7-lot subdivision. So We originally applied for 3 waivers. One was the decel lane, which it was approved, but they wanted us to add a left turn lane, a short decel lane instead. And you go to the next slide. This slide is the requirement for right turns. So that blue line reflects, is kind of the line, if you're to the right of that blue line, a right turn lane is required. With 3,000 cars per day on this road, we typically, if we don't have hard counts, usually 10% is your peak hour volume, which is 300 vehicles in the peak hour. If we're assuming that all 300 in the peak hour are going in that same direction, you can see that red triangle shows where we're at. We have 5 right turns, or if you had 5 right turns, and we have 300 vehicles all in one direction, we're so far left of this line to where a right turn lane is not required. In our particular instance, we're essentially showing that nobody's making a right turn. If you go to the next slide is the requirement of a left turn. Again, we're assuming that we put all the traffic, and all the traffic is coming from Auburn. There's nobody coming from the other direction, and there's 3,000 or there's 300 cars in that peak hour. We're talking about 5 left turns in there, and you can see where, you know, these are not anywhere needing to be warranted. I will note that Sand Hill is part of the future outer loop. Based upon my conversations with Allison and city staff, you know, the future outer loop is a 4-lane road with a divided median in that location. So it's not like we're talking about taking, it's not like we're talking about widening this thing to a 3-lane section. We're pretty much widening this thing to a 4-lane section with a median. And so with the low volumes that are out there, we just felt like the turn lane requirements were excessive, especially for only 7 lots. Now we agree, phase 2, 14 lots, we're probably going to need to have a turn lane, but not for the 7 lots in the phase 1. So that's the turn lane requirement. Go back 2 more slides to that overall. We initially requested a waiver for the internal sidewalk in the subdivision. Again, this is a rural 3-lot subdivision. The road's only about 400 feet, and we do have to dedicate a greenway along the Chewacla Creek there, along that western side. We're having to dedicate a greenway easement. Other side, there we're having to dedicate a greenway easement. In addition, the city wanted us to connect an access easement from the end of our bulb of this cul-de-sac to the greenway easement through there. So we had to dedicate an easement through there and a trail. I guess in my mind, when we're talking about sidewalks, I'm thinking of suburban sidewalks, 1/4 acre, 3 acre, even 1 acre lots. When we're talking about roads with curb and gutter and that kind of stuff. In this particular location, we're doing a road with no curb and gutter, roadside ditches, 3 acre minimum. Most of our lots are well exceed 3 acres. We didn't understand why a sidewalk internal to the neighborhood really was really needed. We've conceded and said, hey, we'll go ahead and do that internal sidewalk, and we'll deliver that as we're building these homes. So we're not appealing that one. The one we are appealing is the required sidewalk along an arterial road. I was one of the people who were basically supported of the previous administration's push to require sidewalks on all arterial roads in my mind, when we were talking about this, the developed area of town. And that I was actually one of the ones who suggested a sidewalk fund to put into place when you are doing infill projects, and that you didn't build sidewalks to nowhere. And that was more of to create on the perimeter of town or where sidewalks are going to be extending, that we would have sidewalk where instead of installing a sidewalk, you could pay into the fund except for that. In this particular case, this is the future outer loop. There's no way there's going to be a sidewalk here until probably my kids have kids. When sidewalks are going to be warranted out or even be used out here in this area. And so I feel like the sidewalk fund was used to infill sidewalks, kind of like when the Prudential Preferred building was built out on Glen and there was nothing to connect to, and they built a sidewalk to nowhere until it ended up filling in gaps. That was the intent of my conversations of a sidewalk fund. My intent was not for every project that has street frontage on arterial roads to be the slush fund to build sidewalks through the city. I don't think that was the intent of that. And I just feel like a rural subdivision like this, between the offsite improvements for a decel lane and the sidewalks to construct, it costs more to do that than to build the roads to create the 7 lots. And in a rural situation like this, where we have a greenway easement that we're being required to plat, and we're being required to provide a connection from our development to the greenway easement, I just feel like the sidewalks are just, I mean, we're layering all these things on in a rural situation that I felt like was worthy of being considered, because in my mind, a rural subdivision isn't what some of these requirements were anticipated to be for. Be happy to answer any questions you have. I mean, the other part of this is the amount that we have to pay into the sidewalk fund. You know, what we can construct in the private sector for $35 a foot, we have to pay into the city fund $60 a square yard. I'm sorry, square yard, $35 a square yard, $60 a square yard, because of the pricing that the city gets from new projects that they're constructing. So, you know, it's almost like a double whammy. We got to pay 50% more of what we normally. We'd be better off constructing the sidewalks than we would be paying into the fund out here. So that's our case. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. This does not require a public hearing, so it's just our discussion and motions. And I guess we have 2 different appeals that I suggest we'll just take separately. And so I guess while I don't have a problem with the sidewalk fund appeal of denial, I think that's a reasonable case where I'd be good with that. But I want to ask about the deceleration lanes. Can you go back to one of those slides that has some of the data on there? You know, you showed the, I'll tell you when I see it. Yeah, right. That, for instance, that one.
Okay, so when we're looking at the turn lanes, that's the right turn lane.
Well, no, wait a minute. Let me ask a question first. So these come from certain. These are based on. Let's see. This came out of a. I want to kind of understand the data and why it was denied based on this. You know, this data to me shows that you don't need it. Now, what is it about the design and construction manual that made us deny it to begin with? And I guess I'd direct that at Allison.
Bill, this goes back to what we've said many times tonight. One of the things we are looking at is future traffic and protecting the integrity of our major roadways. The discussion that came up on this one was that we would prefer not a full deceleration lane, but we wanted something so that the cars who are going to turn left into this new development would get out of the flow of traffic of Sand Hill due to the speeds and to the topography of the road. So again, the design manual says the lanes are required based on the roadway classification, regardless of the data that is shown on the screen right now.
Okay.
Bill, this is one of the dilemmas. If you require them now and have them built now, or at least have the land dedicated for it, but preferably build them now, the developer pays for it. If we don't allow him to until the traffic builds up further down the road, then you pay for it.
Right.
So it's either the developer pay for it now or everybody else pays for it in the future. That's
Okay. That's scratching the itch. I see what's going on there. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask, maybe the engineer can do it. Have any of these requirements changed since you made application or platted these lots? Is this something new that's changed in our regulations that sprung on you since you started?
Is that to me or to Brett Baskman?
Brett, either one. I think they've been here all along, and the reason we don't use these scales, because in the past it's just burned us every time if that red mark is a little bit below the blue line. And we set a standard for everyone, and we need to think about treating everyone equally, whether they're first or sixth in line. And I feel very strongly from having been there that we need to support the staff, because it sounds like the staff has worked with this engineer on many of the items and has made some concessions to work with them. And it would not have come to us unless the engineering felt strongly about the position they'd taken. And I think we ought to support that position.
Okay.
Mac, to answer your question, the requirement of the decel lane being a requirement for all arterial roads is relatively new in the manual. Did that get adopted at the end of 2018 or 2018? Allison, I'm not exactly sure. It was at the end of 2018 or the end of 2019 was the requirement of the decel lane being required on all arterial roads. Okay, these exhibits that I'm showing you on whether they're warranted or not are in the design manual. What happened was your previous administration was concerned on these projects being built at major arterial intersections where they had the ability to put the improvements in the improvements on the private sector to do in these projects. And I can understand that requirement in that connotation, but when you're out in the rules side of this, you know, you're such a low volume that the growth is not out there.
Hey, Brett, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? When you say previous administration, what are you talking about?
That was CalPER. CalPER was the one who was pushing for the turn lanes to be added in as a requirement on all arterial roads.
I just needed clarification on that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do we have enough information to have a motion here? I think it's pretty clear. And what I'd like to do is deal with them separately, these denials. So let's I have a motion one way or the other on the decel lane.
I move that it be denied.
Second.
Any further discussion about that? Okay, Amber, give us a roll call on that.
I'm ready. Bridges,
Yes.
Chancellor,
This is yes for denial, right?
Yes.
Yes.
correct, yes. Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yes.
Okay, how about the sidewalk fund? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the waiver.
I'll second that.
So we're move to
The
approve.
waiver along Sand Hill.
This is so we would
It would not be required to provide the sidewalk.
Do the sidewalk.
and put money in the sidewalk fund instead.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have a motion and a second, as stated. Any further conversation, discussion?
Just clarification. They
Go
won't
ahead.
build a sidewalk, but they'll put money in the fund that city can use wherever to do sidewalks.
That's the way I understand it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Amber,
Bridges,
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Chancellor,
yes?
Jaeger,
Yes.
Lazenby,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
McCord,
Yes.
Reese,
Yes.
Reitenbaugh,
Yes.
Birmingham.
You're on mute.
We're never gonna leave.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness, there's no other business. I'd like to say for Chairman's communication, thank you, Wendy. You had, your first meeting is the longest one I've ever been at in 10 years. So this is 5 hours and 15 minutes. My goodness. And then over to you, Forrest. Anything you have to say?
Whatever it was, I forgot it.
Yeah, me too. No, you were going to mention something about trying to go to the, be there for the virtual town hall, or not town hall, but for.
Oh, yes. All day next week on Thursday will be the opportunity to do basically remote public input for the 280 focus area study due to the fact that even COVID can't stop planning. So we're just gonna figure out some way to knock this out.
All right.
So yeah, that'll be it. There's been a lot of publicity about it. We've been getting the word out, mailing out postcards. I like the idea of it because it may be something we'll have to kind of continue to use, unfortunately, longer than we would hope to. So I think it's going to be I think it'll be a good but productive experiment for us.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging in there. I hope you have a good rest of your night. We are adjourned.
Morning all.
Bye.
Bye.